Chapter 1295, Woman in the Coffin, Buzz. The runes resembling a tree of life flashed. Next, they jumped into the coffin as if the tree wanted to take root within. After their disappearance, one could hear a clank as if something was sliding within the coffin. Shortly afterward, the clicking of a lock could be heard. The tightly shut coffin suddenly came loose. Qianbei excitedly blurted, "It's open, it's open." "What, how can this be? It opened just like that?" Ruyan was slack-jawed while staring at Li Qie. She and Jianqi didn't notice Li Qie doing anything special. Li Qie only placed his palm on the coffin, he didn't do anything, yet he was still able to open the coffin. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, Qianbei wondered the same thing. He had the coffin for several days and used many methods in order to try and open it, but they all ended in failure. But now, Li Qie opened it in such a simple manner. This is not an ordinary coffin. It already had this form upon its inception, an object created by the heaven and earth. Brute force is of no use, so we have to do it like this. Li Qie pointed at his heart. You must use your heart to feel and your mind to sense before awakening it. Only your heartbeat will let it know the location of life. These words were incredibly profound and inexplicable. The two girls carefully savored his teaching. As for Qianbei, even though he didn't quite understand, he still did his best to memorize them. With that, Li Qie slowly opened the lid in a very gentle and cautious manner, as if the ultimate treasure was contained within. The girls were very curious, so they inched closer in order to get a better look. After seeing what was inside, both were gobsmacked with flaring eyes. They stared at the coffin in complete disbelief. Qianbei thought that he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. However, his vision was perfect. He murmured in shock, "Fairies do exist in this world." Ruyan emotionally commented, "The word beauty is not enough to describe her. There was a very young woman lying inside the coffin, a beauty beyond the limits of the brush and ink." Ruyan and Jianqi were ranked among the top beauties in heaven's spirit. As schoolmasters, they didn't rely on their beauty, but it was a source of pride for them. However, both of them were overshadowed by this woman. Words failed to convey the sight of her lying in the coffin. Her beauty had reached an unrealistic level. Her 10 slender fingers rested on her stomach. She slept soundly and peacefully, although there was no smile on her face, her demeanor made it seem as if she was having a good dream. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and eventually climbed out of the coffin, stupefying the three. The girls were drowned in admiration and felt that her dreamlike beauty did not belong in this world. She was matchless and had a profound and immaculate gaze that stole the light from the celestials in the sky, causing them to be too ashamed to show themselves. Her figure, with flawless curves, was out of this world. Even the most scrutinizing gaze would fail to find any flaws. Her body seemed to be one with the world, the most beautiful of all objects. Her oval face was exquisitely stunning, an impeccable masterpiece of the heavens. Anyone who caught sight of it would be in awe and shock. Even though she wore a plain white dress, this didn't diminish her presence. She was someone who didn't require any decoration, jewelry was simply superfluous. This ordinary dress was the most suitable for her. Its simplistic style when adorned by her created the most beautiful charm. Ruyan and Jianqi looked like two maids compared to her. Among all of Li Qie's female acquaintances, Ming Yexue and Mei Suyao were one of a kind. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the prettiest girls in their respective worlds. However, they seemed to be missing a little something compared to this woman. It must be the elegant refinement that came from countless years. She was a fairy of the ages, groomed for an eternity with the aura of time, empowered by the spirit of the world. She had a charm that others could never hope to attain. It was an innate aura. One either had it at birth or didn't. Jianqi couldn't help but praise, "Such beautiful eyes." It isn't an exaggeration to call her the most beautiful in the 9 worlds. Ruyan was quite proud of her appearance, but she was full of admiration. Xianbei was stupefied as he murmured, "She's the most beautiful fairy in this world." In his eyes, she could only exist in dreams to be appreciated from a distance. Among them, only Li Qiye remained normal. He wasn't stunned by the beauty of the woman before him. The woman looked at the group. She seemed to be slightly hazy. Eventually, she looked at Li Qiye and asked, "Was it you who woke me?" Her voice was intoxicating, it was the sound of nature. The voices of the other two girls were quite alluring and pleasant as well, but there was still a great gap compared to this woman's speech. "Yes." Li Qiye smiled and stretched out his hand to gently caress her face. Such an action was rude and befitted a cad. However, it seemed incredibly natural when performed by Li Qiye. She didn't reject him. Her astral eyes met his head-on. Their gazes locked onto each other and seemed to be crossing time itself back to an untraceable past. As he touched her pretty face, he slowly closed his eyes while she did the same. The whole scene turned quiet. Their physical contact assisted her in feeling his aura. Time seemed to have stopped as the two were falling into a deep slumber. Even the wind stopped blowing and time halted its flow. Nothing in this world wanted to disturb the two. It was a destined moment decided long ago. It looked as if they knew each other for a long time and had a deep affection for one another. After a long time, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Their movements were of the same beat. Li Qiye said with emotion, "Indeed, the eons are too numerous to count, so much has been lost." The woman slightly tilted her head. Her eyes showed her slight confusion and wisdom as she spoke, "Are you a philosopher?" The confused woman still gave this verdict. Despite her slightly bewildered expression, her eyes had cleared up and now held great conviction. "Fine, I'm a philosopher then." Li Qiye gave up, "It is only a title, nothing too important." With that, he took his time sitting down and patted at the chair next to him. She also sat down with a leisurely and natural demeanor. It was just a simple action, yet she seemed to be in tune with nature. "What's your name?" Ruyan asked with interest while looking at this mysterious beauty. "Name?" She curiously stared at Ruyan. Chapter 1296, Fairy Ruyan noticed her confusion and quickly elaborated, "Yes, name, mine is Lu Ruyan. This is my senior sister, Zhuo Jianshi. What's yours?" She introduced themselves to her. The woman glanced at Ruyan then Jianshi and tilted her head in contemplation. She seemed to be trying to remember her name, but after a long time, she replied, "I don't know." The girls felt a bit sad while looking at the hazy woman who couldn't recall her name. It felt like something was missing from her life. The woman's eyes darted over to Li Qiye as she questioned, "Do I have a name?" Li Qiye looked at her peerless appearance and mused for a moment before smiling, "You have no name in this world. Let's call you Fairy then, a woman from a distant world." The same fluctuations appeared again in her memories. In the end, nothing returned. She eventually inquired after a long reflection, "What should I do, then?" "That's up to you." Li Qiye gently sighed in response after showing a brief smile, "Everyone has their own path, but not all wish to start this journey in fear of failing and not reaching the end. It might be better to stop halfway." He sentimentally concluded, "Ignorance can be bliss. Being in charge of the present is to have everything. Some have love, some have authority, and others are content with just having offspring. That is happiness to them. Ignorance is wonderful and very enviable." Chapter 1297, Bones Island Fairy mulled over Li Qiye's comment. After a long time, she seemed to understand something and nodded to herself. The rest of the group still found the conversation to be puzzling and indiscernible. Of course, they didn't know that this confusing story was actually referring to the pinnacle of the world, the ultimate topic among cultivators. The things involved were beyond their understanding. Li Qiye sat in his chair, seemingly deep in sleep, while Fairy kept him company. Her expression was a bit muddled, as if she was shouldering an eternal burden. After a long time, Li Qiye opened his eyes and told Lu Ruyan, "Before heading to the Bone Sea, we'll take a trip to Bones Island. I'm also tired, so I'll be resting." Li Qiye stood up then told Fairy, "You can just follow me. I'll prepare a room for you, young noble." Jianshi went to accommodate Li Qiye's daily life. Before following Jianshi, Li Qiye looked at Xiong Qianbei and flatly said, "You also want to go to the Bone Sea, right? Good, find something to do, I don't keep idle people around." "Ah, this lowly one will follow you. Just give me orders whenever you need something." Qianbei was ecstatic and quickly bowed. Li Qiye didn't respond as he left with Fairy. Bones Island could be considered a famous destination in the Dragon Demon Sea. It was also very strange and creepy. True to its name, the entire island was made from bones. There were no vegetation or creeks and streams, only bones and more bones. Walking on the island was akin to walking on bones. Every single inch of the island was paved with this hard and white substance. Meanwhile, they came in all shapes and sizes. Tibia, ribs, pelvic bones. There were also little pieces that resembled bird claws and arms as big as a bridge. The island had all kinds of buildings that acted as pavilions, rooms, and palaces. They were quite frightening as well. A huge skull was upside down on the ground, serving as a house. Huge elbow bones were put together while more bones were embedded on top in order to form pavilions. Other palaces were more intricate with many bones connected together. At the same time, the residents here were different as well. Unsurprisingly, they were skeletons. Of course, they were not all human skeletons in the ordinary sense. People would see skeletons with a crocodile's skull and a human frame with more than 10 bone spurs that resembled chicken claws on their backs. The 2 legs were made from thick and large rhinoceros bones. These strange skeletons wearing robes and walking on the streets were not strange images at all. The majority of the inhabitants on this island were skeletons made from strange bones. Compared to these weird creations, a human skeleton was a much stranger sight at Bones Island. When Ruyan's ship was anchored outside the island, the inhabitants here came to receive them. One of them stood before the docking location. "Sir, may I ask why you are here at Bones Island?" This thing had an elephant skull, a body made out of fish bones, and the legs of a crane. Such a frame supporting its large skull was quite unbelievable. Moreover, its robe was quite loose, resulting in a very amusing scene. Others wouldn't know what to think of it. If this was another location, a talking skeleton would scare the souls out of people. Li Qiye looked at it and smiled, "I want to meet your island lord." "Ah, sir, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Bones Island does not have a lord." The skeleton shook its head and smiled. Could you imagine a smiling elephant skull? This smile was even uglier than a crying grimace, a truly horrifying scene. Li Qiye leisurely replied, "Really now? I'll eat first before seeing him. If he doesn't come to see me, I'll destroy this island." Such words made Ruyan and Jianshi look at each other. Not too many would dare to make this claim at Bones Island. The inhabitants here were amalgamations of bones. They didn't seem to be that powerful as they were only a bunch of bones put together. However, no one dared to provoke this area. Rumor has it that a very long time ago, a true god believed that he was invincible and wanted to research the mysteries of the island. Alas, he was captured alive and hung on the island. The people here pulled out his bones one by one. They said that this god screamed for 9 days and 9 nights before dying. Many experts got goosebumps after seeing his corpse. From then on, all the troublemakers steered clear of this island. "Sir, you are too funny." The skeleton didn't become angry, it only cheerfully said, "If you wish to eat, then please go to the Bones restaurant. This way." With that, it led the way for Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled and followed it into the island while looking around. Bones were everywhere in sight. Strangely enough, it was a very clean location and the air was quite fresh. If it was any other location, the sheer number of bones would definitely result in corpse energy or a bad odor, but not here at Bones Island. It was outrageously clean to an abnormal level. Each bone was as white as ivory, as if they had been polished countless times. Li Qiye appreciated the scenery while following the skeleton. With regards to the bizarre circumstances, there were many places in the 9 worlds where bones could walk and speak after returning to life. However, these creatures would be accompanied by other phenomena. For example, a skeleton in a burial ground would be empowered by a soul fire found in its eye sockets. Another scenario would be that the skeleton absorbed too much evil energy and became a walking corpse. However, it was completely different here. These skeletons didn't have soul fires or evil energy. They were made up of pure bones. This prompted the question, how were they created? What was the power fueling them? This enigma continued to confound all of the researchers because no one dared to maneuver against the inhabitants here. In fact, Li Qiye was not the only foreign guest traveling on the island. People from all over the seas came to visit. In normal times, cultivators from Dragon Demon Sea would come to experience the unique magical properties of the island. But now, it was needless to say that everyone who was on their way to the Bone Sea had to go through Bones Island. Because of this, they decided to rest here and check out the wonders at the same time. Thus, it was quite lively with many different races from the outside present. This skeleton brought Li Qiye to a restaurant made from a huge skull. The 2 eye sockets acting as doors instilled a chilling sensation. However, the scarier part was that the restaurant was filled with cultivators from the outside. They came from all over the world while the serving skeletons swerved around them with wine and meals. It was a party in full swing. Of course, these cultivators were here for an adventure and to satiate their curiosity, it wasn't for the food. This scene would be horrifying to unwary spectators. They would think that this was a grand feast of the underworld. Meow, 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 when Li Qiye walked into the restaurant, a skeletal cat that was squatting in front of the counter waved towards Li Qiye. It looked like it was meant to be a lucky cat if it were alive. Lil Bones, our guests are here, take good care of them. The skeleton told the cat and left. Even the tables in this restaurant were made from bones. Li Qiye's table was made out of finger bones while his chair was made from leg bones. There was a chilling sensation whenever someone sat down. A waiter came and cheerfully smiled at him. Sir, what would you like? Chapter 1298, Mu Xiaolong. Li Qiye responded with his own smile and said, bring out your best dishes. Sir, our specialties are ghost blood wine and dried bones. The waiter answered very quickly, do you still want some? 1 serving of each, then. Li Qiye maintained his carefree smile. Okay, 1 ghost blood wine and 1 dried bones. The waiter shouted and then left. He came back soon afterward with a bottle of wine. The bottle was made out of a polished skull. The nose was where the wine came out. The cup was made from bone as well, and there was an eye as big as an ox's with blood inside. Li Qiye coolly poured wine into the cup. The liquid was blood red. Some little explosions resounded when the wine entered the cup as bubbles that resembled skulls popped here and there. The scariest part was the red eye in the cup. It started moving after making contact with the wine. The liquid began to slowly boil and emit a comforting aroma. Wine made of blood and a cup made out of bone with a rotating eye inside. Even though the comforting aroma was very tempting, how many people would actually dare to drink it with this presentation? Li Qiye didn't seem to mind and gently took a sip. The alcohol was strong but not dry, pure without being overly concentrated, an excellent taste. After finishing 1 cup, he poured another for himself. The eye in the cup seemed to be very close to the drinker, but it didn't disturb Li Qiye at all. He drank and glanced around at the many varied guests in the restaurant. Some came to adventure while others came with purpose. Many also only wanted to rest. The majority of the cultivators were here at Bones Island for the first time, so they were quite curious and looked back and forth. Among the guests, 2 young men were particularly conspicuous due to the groups surrounding them. The members of the groups were virtuous paragons from the previous generation. Interestingly enough, they seemed to be flattering the two. They didn't come from the same sect, one grew up to be quite handsome while the other was brave and bright in appearance. A young cultivator asked with an obsequious grin, "Young noble Bao, are you going to the Bone Sea this time as well?" "I'm here to scout as a foot soldier for my grandmaster." The handsome youth smiled. He spoke with a fairly reserved tone, but there was an air of pride around him. "Is Senior Jintian also coming?" An old paragon was startled and in disbelief. The youth spoke with pride, "Yes. Gentlemen, I'll share something with you all. My grandmaster has come into being, he will definitely become the immortal emperor of this generation." Meng Jintian, the crowd was shocked as if a bomb had went off. The initially bustling restaurant quieted down. Only gasps could be heard. Even Li Qie, who was sitting there leisurely without a care for the two's conversation, batted his eyes after hearing the name Lunar Grasp. He looked over at Mu Xiaolong and calmed himself before asking, "Is the Lunar Grasp fairy still living alone at Full Moon Peak?" Li Qie suddenly stood out in this quiet restaurant. There weren't that many humans in Heaven Spirit to begin with. If the crowd wasn't distracted by the conversation, they would have noticed a human like Li Qie much earlier. "Yes, how did you know?" Mu Xiaolong was startled and looked over at Li Qie. Li Qie only smiled and didn't answer. He was lamenting in his mind as the past resurfaced along with many emotions. Mu Xiaolong smiled and asked, "May I ask for your name, brother?" Li Qie. He looked at Mu Xiaolong and nodded with a smile. His personality normally wouldn't care for other cultivators outside of those who were too ignorant to know any better, so his current attitude towards Mu Xiaolong was considered very friendly. After the words Li Qie sounded, some of the cultivators were aghast. A few even moved away from him to keep a safe distance. Even though they hadn't seen Li Qie before, his notoriety had spread far and wide. Many in Heaven Spirit were well aware of his fierceness. Sacrificing 1 billion teeming fish, massacring Wyvern and the Blood Shark village, and most importantly, killing Shangguan Fian, these were all deeds that astounded the masses. "So it is brotherly, I have heard of your name long ago." Mu Xiaolong cupped his fists politely. Of course, he didn't need to flatter a human like Li Qie. The Celestial Pavilion had no need to fawn over anyone. Bao Yujiang was immediately interested and asked with a smile, "Brotherly, you are now famous all over the world, why not sit down and have a few drinks with us?" "Yes, come and sit with us. If Brother Bao could take Brotherly to see Senior Jintian, I'm sure the senior would appreciate him." Mu Xiaolong could see that Yujiang was interested, so he echoed the sentiment. Chapter 1299, Old Zhu. In recent days, Li Qie was preeminent among the humans. Many even thought that he had the highest chance of becoming an immortal emperor for his race. The humans here had high hopes for him. Bao Yujiang wanted to earn Li Qie's favor. Although he said he wanted to introduce Li Qie to his grandmaster, this was only to attract him so that he might join his own ranks. In his eyes, his grandmaster would certainly become an immortal emperor. As his grand disciple, he was qualified to lead a legion. If he could have someone as strong as Li Qie as his underling, it would increase his power and status later on. Li Qie only maintained his smile and continued to drink his ghost blood wine. Yujiang felt disrespected at Li Qie's lack of response. Even though he wasn't considered a genius, his backing was quite immense and allowed him to do whatever he pleased regardless of the location. But now, this public lack of sensibility from Li Qie left him in a tough spot, worsening his mood. Even though he didn't retaliate, he scowled with an angry expression. Well, this can be considered a missed opportunity. How unfortunate, it will be prohibitively difficult to get the same chance in the future. Mu Xiaolong shook his head when he saw Li Qiye's lack of consideration. Of course, he wouldn't interfere with Bao Yujiang's matter. Brother Bao, you should come to the Jade Sea sometime, I'll be your guide. After noticing that Yujiang was recruiting, a smart youth immediately tried to please him. Virtuous nephew, the doors to our Sacred Heart Gate will always be open to you. Even an old paragon withdrew his strong display in order to earn some points. The young ones wanted to become his friends or at least underlings if possible. As for the older generation, it was too much for paragons like them to work under Yujiang. Nevertheless, they were still willing to lower their own status in order to befriend him. Meng Zhentian was coming into being in this generation. In the eyes of the inhabitants of Heaven's Spirit, it was certain that he would become an immortal emperor. True to his name, he was powerful enough. Some even said that one would be hard-pressed to find a worthy foe for him in the entire 9 worlds. For many, it was easier to befriend an emperor before they ascended the throne than try to establish a relationship afterward. Just having the tiniest relationship with an emperor or becoming one of their soldiers was not only a fast way toward success, even their sex would ride their coattails towards glory. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was only interested in the lunar grasp fairy. As for this Meng Zhentian and Bao Yujiang, he didn't place them in his sight at all, so he no longer paid attention to them. Instead, he looked at the time and then outside. At this time, his food was served. Li Qiye didn't look at it for long before he asked the waiter, "Your old man isn't here today to sell stuff?" "Sir, are you talking about old Chu?" The waiter smiled. The number of visitors has recently skyrocketed. He is usually very punctual, maybe something is holding him up. Right after the waiter finished speaking, a clank came from outside the door as a person came in. The waiter cheerfully told Li Qiye, "Speaking of the devil, old Chu is here." Li Qiye shifted his gaze towards the door. A person with a complete human skeleton was walking in. He wore a wide robe while carrying a big wooden trunk. He himself was just a tiny skeleton. Appearance-wise, he wasn't that special. However, it was rare to see a complete skeleton on Bones Island. It was much rarer than seeing living beings. Li Qiye's smile widened after seeing this little skeleton. Clang, clang, clang. Old Chu came inside and rang his bell. A hoarse voice came from his chest, "Immemorial secret bones, heaven-seer divine gaze, the hand of an immortal. Everything is on sale." The first-timers were very curious when they saw this little merchant. As for those who had been here before, they were very cautious of old Chu, but they were curious nonetheless. Immemorial secret bones, heaven-seer divine gaze, the hand of an immortal. A regular visitor couldn't help but ask, "Old Chu, are you selling counterfeits?" Counterfeits? Old Chu stared at this cultivator. Despite not having eyes, his attitude was clear. He retorted, "My reputation has been gold-clad for 9 reincarnations, would never sell counterfeits." "Humph, stop with your trickery. Last time, I bought a piece of bone from a thundervoid Kuei, but it was completely useless and almost killed me." The cultivator snorted. Old Chu explained with a smile, "Oh, that thundervoid Kuei bone. You didn't buy its blood. This type of bone requires the blood of the beast as well before it is able to divert a thunder tribulation." The smile of a skeleton like this was a macabre sight. "Then why didn't you tell me this when I bought the bone?" The cultivator was quite dissatisfied. Old Chu asked, "My bad, I didn't have the goods last time, but I thought you knew. Now that I think about it, I just so happen to have some thundervoid Kuei blood. Do you want a bottle?" The old cultivator wanted to vomit blood. He had been swindled by old Chu once, but he couldn't do anything about it. No one would recklessly attack the skeletons on this island. What are the immemorial secret bones? Mu Xiaolong's curiosity was piqued. Old Chu looked over at Xiaolong and somewhat mysteriously spoke, "Can't say, can't say. When you buy it, you will learn its magical effects right away." "How much?" Xiaolong was from the Celestial Pavilion, so money was not a problem for him. My business has but a single rule, I only accept longevity blood, nothing else. Old Chu shook his head in response. Some first-timers exchanged glances. Longevity blood was too precious for cultivators, especially the older ones. How much? 1 bottle. Xiaolong was very interested in the bones. From you? Old Chu shook his head again, your blood won't do. I need at least 1 bottle of longevity blood from a supreme god king for this deal. Someone who had been here before asked, Old Chu, why are your goods so expensive this time around? Old Chu replied, the situation has changed. The artifact of immortality has come out and the bone sea is surging. Recently, I obtained a number of treasures, but in reality, it is everyone's fortune. Despite this sky-high price was not something that they could afford. Give me a box of protection talismans. While the others were asking if Old Chu had other items, Li Qiye knew exactly what he wanted. Coming. Sir, what kind of protection talisman do you want? Old Chu started to beam after finding a customer. His skeletal expression was incredibly lifelike. Li Qiye didn't say anything, instead, he put a small bottle on the table. Old Chu took it and shook it next to his ear. His expression turned serious right away. He opened his wooden box and carefully looked inside before taking out an antique box with an old smell. He placed it before Li Qiye and said in a serious manner, Sir, these are the talismans that you wanted. Li Qiye didn't bother checking the contents and casually stored this box away in his robes. Old Chu, you still have more talismans? One of his old customers asked with surprise, I thought you ran out a while ago. Old Chu bragged, he, because of the phenomenon going on at the Bone Sea right now, I risked my old life to found a batch of the best talismans. Do you want some? A junior asked in response, what are these protection talismans? It's a talisman for the Bone Sea that protects the body from potential attacks. The cultivator stared at Old Chu, wondering if he should buy some or not. Can his talismans actually protect people in the Bone Sea? Many eyes lit up after hearing this. After all, everyone wanted to go to the Bone Sea. A cultivator palpitating from excitement asked, give me a box, what's the price? Old Chu responded, 1 bottle of longevity blood. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before taking out his own longevity blood and handing it to Old Chu. The old man took out a wooden box from the trunk and handed it to him. The cultivator looked at it and asked, how come mine is different? His box was drastically different from Li Qiye's. Chapter 1300, The Lord of Bones Island. Old Chu smilingly responded, as people say, you get what you pay for. The bottle that gentleman brought earlier isn't something you can afford. The cultivator was embarrassed after hearing this. He looked at him and asked, can your talismans really protect us? Like I said just now, you get what you pay for. If 1 talisman isn't enough, put a few more on. You won't be able to go too far with these cheap goods though. The old man grinned. There was nothing the cultivator could do. He felt that he got swindled by the old man again. Even though some people felt that Old Chu was slightly untrustworthy, several still bought these protection talismans and hoped for the best. As for irrationally expensive items like this hand of the immortal, they didn't dare ask about buying them. Clang, 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 after seeing the interest die down, Old Chu left the restaurant and began his peddling once more while ringing his bell, immemorial secret bones, heaven-seer divine gaze, the hand of an immortal, Li Qiye chuckled. He handed money to the waiter and left as well. Old Chu only left slightly before Li Qiye and didn't walk too fast, so Li Qiye caught up right away. He was not in a rush to talk to Old Chu, so he leisurely tailed the old man while looking at the buildings and pretty scenes around Bones Island. It seemed that the old man didn't notice Li Qiye behind him. He walked and shook the bell in his hand while loudly advertising. In this fashion, the two of them slowly walked through several streets. The moment they reached an alley, Old Chu stopped and slowly turned around. His cheekbones produced a smile as he asked, "Sir, do you still want to buy more?" Li Chia walked forward and looked at him to say, "I don't want to buy anything, but I do want to meet your master, the lord of this island." "Ah, sir, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. We don't have a master or an island lord." Old Chu laughed in response. Li Chia flatly stated, "I don't wish to repeat myself." The old man was still smiling. He shook his head and replied, "Sir, this lowly one is only a nobody trying to do some business. I don't understand what you are." Before he could finish, he was suddenly frozen still. A law from Li Chia pinned itself to Old Chu's forehead. Li Chia took action without any warning. He was faster than time itself, so Old Chu didn't have a chance to respond. Crack! With lightning speed, Li Chia removed a bone from Old Chu's body. At the same moment, the old skeleton seemingly turned into a puppet that was falling apart, scattering all over the ground. The sound of bones breaking came about. This bone was shattered completely in Li Chia's hand. However, the crushed powder didn't fall to the ground, it floated in the air and abruptly formed a small black hole. Li Chia stepped inside without any hesitation. When he disappeared, the black hole quickly collapsed. Outside of the bones scattered on the ground, it was as if nothing had happened. Bang! When the black hole disappeared completely, the bone that Li Chia removed came back together and fell to the ground. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of bones coming together emerged. The strangest thing happened when that single bone fell to the ground. All the scattered bones reconnected and a complete skeleton was formed. Old Chu got up from the ground. He unexpectedly acted just like before by picking up the bell and carrying his big trunk. The bell sounded once more while he shouted away. Up in the sky where the white clouds drifted in the distance was a floating palace. Its size was modest, and there was a little pool of water in front of it. A person was lying in a wooden chair, basking in the sun. He looked very relaxed and comfortable while drinking his blood wine, the leisurely life of an immortal. To be precise, he resembled the skeleton of a 12-year-old. This skeleton was golden, each bone seemed to be cast from gold. A pair of jewel-like eyes were in its sockets. However, the most eye-catching part of this skeleton was not its golden nature or the jewels for its eyes, but the halo above its head. This halo was incredibly holy. Others would feel inferior the moment they saw this light and have an urge to prostrate. It looked like the aura of an angel, something capable of cleansing anyone's mind and dispelling the light of this world. But if he does, he better not let me see him or I'll peel off his skin again and again so that he'll learn who the boss is. He dared to trick me, so I won't let him off so easily. Li Chia leisurely commented, "I don't know if you will have the chance." "Of course I will, I'll take real good care of him." The Lord became quite heated as his murderous intent grew. "It would be a real shame if I don't let him taste some of the most horrifying methods of torture in this world." Li Chia smiled and put down his cup to say, "I'm not interested in asking about your feud with him. If you can torture him, then I'll applaud for sure. However, I'm here to borrow something from you." "Oh, ha ha ha." The Lord turned cautious and laughed, "Damned crow, no, your great excellency, don't joke with a lowly man like me. I am only a wandering ghost, suppressed from above and tortured from below. How could a person like me have anything of interest for someone as amazing as you? Your excellency, you are the ruler of the 9 worlds, an eternal God, the sole master of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Nothing in this world could enter your sight." The Lord flattered Li Chia incessantly. Li Chia couldn't help but chortle in response, "Bones, your words aren't reasonable since you really are just hanging on to dear life here. The Bone Sea has done too much to you. On top of that brat tricking you back then, it really has been tough on you." Lord Bones continued with his flattery, "Ha ha ha, your excellency, you are still so wise and brilliant. Your insight is matchless." However, Li Chia proceeded with a grin, you conveniently took out many items from the Bone Sea back then. You were supposed to go 50-50 with that brat back then, but you greedily took 80% instead. You tell me, if the brat didn't pull a fast one on you, would he have let this go? Chapter 1301, Borrowing a Boat. Lord Bones boisterously laughed after being called out by Wuxia. This past was too long ago, I can't really remember it. A while later, he added, you know how ruthless the years are. I have spent nearly all of that little wealth while half of my life has been spent stuck in this place. Wuxia glanced at this whining skeleton and said, don't try to fool me. You should be praising your fortune that I'm not robbing you clean. Today, I only want to borrow something, yet you're already crying this much. The skeleton replied with a bitter face, Your Excellency, this is my lifeblood. He knew what Wuxia wanted to borrow, but it was too important to him. Wuxia explained, I'll return it after I'm done, it's not like I want to steal your broken boat. Your Excellency, it isn't that I'm unwilling to lend it to you, but you should know that my insignificant life requires this boat to survive. I can't survive without it, and it isn't that easy to use. It needs time to recharge after each use. Lord Bones was still as sad as before. Wuxia nodded, I understand. If there was another option, I wouldn't be asking for your broken boat. But don't worry, this is just a backup plan of mine, I'll deal with the other things in the Bone Sea myself. When I try to cross the restricted area, I'll use your boat as a last resort without breaking it, I assure you. You want to go inside? Bones was startled. He suddenly patted his head and jumped up to say, it looks like my brain is done for, I'm not as quick-minded as before. That star went straight for the Bone Sea, so I should have thought of you first. It's not the old dragon god, it's you. Bones had a profound understanding of the Bone Sea, he knew what was going on the moment he saw the black star. However, he didn't expect that it was the Dark Crow himself. Yes. A few things don't belong there since they belong to me. Wuxia nodded. You want the trident? After asking, Bones felt that this wasn't right and immediately corrected himself, wait, no. If you wanted the trident, you would have taken action long ago. His jeweled eyes suddenly flashed with light, what do you actually want if not this weapon? You should know the answer to this better than me. Wuxia gave a profound smile, you climbed out of that place, so you should know of the things there. Well. I really don't remember. Bones hesitated for a moment and carefully searched his memories. However, despite coming from that place, it had so many secrets and mysteries that even he didn't understand them all. Wuxia smiled and reminded the island lord, if I'm not mistaken, there is a maelstrom there. Really? Lord Bones trembled a bit and took a deep breath, are you serious? I haven't been there before, but I was able to take a glance at it from afar a very long time ago. Wuxia said with a smile, across the ages, who has actually been there? Very few have managed this incredible task, such as immortal Emperor Yanshi. I know of that place. Even a character of Bones' level became curious, so he asked, Your Excellency, what do you want from this maelstrom? What can it do? Wuxia gave a mysterious smile, well, that's a secret. Plus, it would be pointless even if you find out. Your origin means that it is not meant for you unless you can be like immortal Emperor Wuxia. Fuck him. Whenever that bastard comes up, I just want to torture him. Lord Bones' anger was rising, the chance back then should have been mine, but the bastard dared to cheat me. Wuxia chuckled, I don't care for your enmity with the brat, but maybe you will be able to do something about it in the future. Bones thought about it for a bit. After a while, he took out the boat and gave it to Wuxia. After Wuxia put it away, Bones couldn't help but add with a pained expression, Your Excellency, take it easy, okay? What you have in your hands is my lifeblood. Wuxia quipped, must you be so stingy? Bones immediately showed his pitiful side, Your Excellency, you are the ruler of the 9 firmaments, someone who can call for winds and rains. I am only a lowly character with no wealth at all, so how can I compare to you? Li Qiye replied, "You don't have to whine. If I'm successful, you will laugh until your teeth fall out. It will be a great chance for you to make a fortune, there's no need to sneak back to the Bone Sea every once in a while." Is this really going to work? The island lord's jeweled eyes suddenly lit up as a hint of excitement could be heard in his voice. Li Qiye laughingly spoke, "If you want to get rich, you better get ready for the harvest." Bones enthusiastically rubbed his palms and said, "If this is true, then I can get my life back. That's why I said there's no point in crying. Letting me borrow this broken ship won't be your loss." Li Qiye gave him the side eye. "Ha ha ha, excuse me." Bones laughed, then thought about a different question and had to ask, "Your Excellency, if you actually do this, I'm afraid the Bone Sea will flip the sky over." Li Qiye smiled in response, "It won't be that fast. If it could do so, it would have done it long ago. Of course, that day will come eventually." Lord Bones turned quiet before querying, "Is it true that Heaven's spirit really can't escape this disaster?" Li Qiye jokingly quipped, "Did I just mishear you? You actually care about Heaven's spirit? Don't forget, you are dead. Do dead people care about the rest of the world?" Lord Bones thought for a bit before replying, "Ah, you have brought this up before. Maybe it is because I have lingered on too long in this world, so I'm unavoidably attached to it. It is precisely this reason that many immortal emperors didn't want to leave, their children and descendants are all still here." Li Qiye nodded after musing in his mind, "As a human, I do not like Heaven's spirit, but I do not deny that it is a really good place. Outside of a few annoying sea demons, it is truly outstanding with talents and sceneries. If I was born here, I'm sure I would have a deep love for this land. Yes, it is such a lovable place, even for the dead." Lord Bones sighed with emotion. Li Qiye smiled, "But in the end, Heaven's spirit still has its own destiny. You don't need to worry, just be ready to run for your life when that day comes, or, you can just imagine the result." "Well, there's nothing else I can do but run then. Other living beings in Heaven's spirit will just have to pray for themselves." The Lord smiled wryly. Li Qiye flatly stated, "That's just how it is. In Heaven's spirit, humans are rootless duckweeds. The charming spirits, sea demons, and Tyrants all have their own destiny. Many things have been determined long ago." Bones helplessly replied, "The Bone Sea will overturn this world one day. So what? It is not the only power here. If it breaks the balance of Heaven's spirit, the great maelstrom and the divine tree ridge will do the same. When all three go crazy, wouldn't the entire world collapse?" Bones' expression shifted. Li Qiye gently shook his head, "These things aren't set in stone just yet. The fate of the Heaven spirit world isn't only in the hands of a few people. Outside of luck, personal effort matters as well. For millions of years, countless tree fathers, sea gods, and immortal emperors have tried their best. Maybe we shouldn't be so pessimistic for Heaven's spirit, at least for the three great races." Li Qiye finished with a sentimental sigh, "The only unfortunate race might be the humans." Bones responded, "I can only nag about these matters. If immortal emperors can't do anything about it, then what can I do? Which is why you just need to get ready. If I'm successful, you can ride my coattails." Li Qiye said with a smile, "Once you have accumulated enough, the day Heaven's spirit falls into chaos is the day you will be free, since your life won't be chained to here any longer. Use that time to run away." Makes sense. Bones became excited, "I haven't been to other places, so if I get freed. I guess I no longer care if Bone Sea will go crazy, I'll be free like the birds in the vast sky and the fish in the wide sea." Just thinking about a future extrication left Bones in eager anticipation and excitement. Chapter 1302, Meng Jintian. After saying goodbye to Lord Bones, Li Qiye returned to Bones Island. He perused the area and let out a sigh before turning to leave. The rest of the group was waiting on their gigantic boat. There was another one parked next to them. Its master was Bao Yujiang. Mu Xiaolong was there with him as well, along with many cultivators from all over the oceans. Schoolmaster Zhuo, long time no see. Bao Yujiang hurriedly greeted Zhuo Jianshi after seeing her. Jianshi slightly nodded in response. Yujiang's eyes lit up after seeing her. Of course, any man would palpitate after seeing a woman like her. This was the natural course of life. Schoolmaster Zhuo, would you like to come visit my boat for a while? Yujiang asked Jianshi with the intention of getting closer to her. Li Qiye smiled and answered before Jianshi could, mind your words. Yujiang's expression changed after hearing this. The cultivators following him all stared at Li Qiye with strange looks as well. Brother Bao is inviting the schoolmaster, what does that have to do with you? Mu Xiaolong, who was a close friend of Yujiang's, immediately spoke up for him. I'm in charge of this boat right now. Li Qiye glanced over at Xiaolong and slowly stated, if you want to live on, stay away from the Dream Empyrean. Both youths were alarmed after hearing this. This was not only offending Xiaolong, he was also provoking Yujiang. The cultivators nearby didn't dare to say anything and only took deep breaths. They had all heard of Li Qiye's notoriety before. Xiaolong turned cold and said, is that so? Have I offended you? But even if I did, so what? He was very confident. His celestial pavilion had never been afraid of anyone before despite its low-key nature. They could still rampage in heaven's spirit regardless of the occasion. While it is true that you haven't offended me, you should be using your head more. Li Qiye smiled and pointed at his head, don't embarrass the Mu clan. You, Xiaolong wasn't happy to hear such arrogant words and immediately glared at Li Qiye. Humph, Li Qiye, I know that you are very strong. Yujiang chimed in at this moment, but heaven's spirit isn't a place for you to do as you please, I can rampage wherever I want in the 9 worlds and myriad realms. Li Qiye interrupted him with an indifferent tone, if you're not convinced, come at me. See if I dare to kill you or not. Such domineering words were incredibly direct and ferocious, they didn't give Bao Yujiang the slightest bit of face. Yujiang's expression was not pretty at this moment as he glared at Li Qiye. However, he really didn't want to oppose Li Qiye. After all, this was someone who killed Shengguan Fian from the Roaring Conch. Without the backing of any seniors and his master not being close, he was no match for Li Qiye. He could only endure this anger. Li Qiye ignored Yujiang and turned towards Xiaolong, the Bone Sea will be a troubled land. You better go back to your pavilion to avoid being killed. He didn't care about Xiaolong's response, so after he finished saying what he wanted, he went inside his boat. While watching Li Qiye walk away, Yujiang gritted his teeth and coldly uttered, I want to see just how long you can act arrogant for. Whenever my grandmaster comes out will be your doom. People quivered behind him. Even though Yujiang's cultivation couldn't be considered exceptional, he had a grandmaster that could become an immortal emperor. After Li Qiye sat down in his spot, Ruyan teased with a smile, oh. Young noble, were you jealous? Li Qiye glanced at her and replied, jealous? What's that? Ruyan blinked and asked, then do you have a feud with the Dream Empyrean? Not to that level. Li Qiye leisurely replied, if Meng Zhentian wants to come out for the heavens will in this generation, he will become bones beneath my feet. Ruyan's mind shuddered. She understood that Li Qiye will definitely obtain the heavens will, so she emotionally commented, the path towards the throne is merciless. I have heard rumors of him coming out as well. It looks like he must have. Li Qiye calmly said, he is simply courting death. Ruyan wryly smiled. Others would never dare to make such a claim. Meng Zhentian was a supreme existence in heaven's spirit, his emergence was enough to deter the entire world. Experts from all of the 9 worlds found him dreadful. Heaven's spirit greatly valued him and thought that he would become an emperor. After all, no one among the younger generation could compete against him. However, Li Qiye spoke of him with such nonchalance that it made him seem as if he was only an ant to be trampled on. The thoughtful Genscher asked, "Oh, young noble, do you have ties with the celestial pavilion?" She could see that Li Qiye was purposely trying to protect Mu Xiaolong. Li Qiye only smiled. Even though he tried to be considerate out of nostalgia, if Mu Xiaolong kept on acting naive, he would kill him even if he was from the Mu clan. Li Qiye closed his eyes and ordered, "To the Bone Sea we go." Ruyan immediately commanded her disciples to commence their journey to the Bone Sea. The Black Star made many people run to the Bone Sea. In fact, people usually visited this place anyway, but this event caused the stream to become more like a surging tide of people. Nearly all the powerful sects were on their way. The experts from previous generations couldn't miss this opportunity for the artifact of immortality. Countless carriages crossed the sky in recent days. Ships and boats made their way through the tides while sea demons traveled in droves. They were anxious to arrive as soon as possible. All of them wanted to be the first to obtain the great artifact. Rumble. On this day, a divine aura engulfed the sky due to the presence of a cavalry. It crushed the void with great martial might just like an experienced imperial legion. Though this cavalry were few in number, every single one of them were powerful and had a cold and awe-inspiring presence. Their armor was branded with a supreme insignia. This cavalry was only the scouting force, yet it could easily destroy a lineage. The click-clack noises of a carriage resounded. The moment this particular carriage appeared, many phenomena emerged in the sky. Laws came down like waterfalls everywhere. A path with flashing divine lights that led all the way to the Bone Sea was paved by these laws. The carriage slowly traveled forward. Even though it was very far away, its immortal brilliance was far-reaching and turned into many images. Myriad laws were encompassed within, the gods were protecting it while exotic creatures were right behind. Shriek. A phoenix hymn echoed in the sky. The beast pulling this carriage was a golden phoenix. It looked to be cast from pure gold and had a sharp blade-like gaze capable of cutting through everything. However, upon closer inspection, there was a difference between this bird and a real phoenix. Its head was still that of an eagle. The carriage was incomparably luxurious with inlaid ancient jades and immortal emperor runes. This was a carriage blessed by an emperor, so when it slowly traveled across this world, an imperial aura suppressed the location. What was even more frightening was that it was completely surrounded by an alternating yin and yang, making it clear that a true master was inside. A Tyrant elder was driving the carriage. He didn't bother hiding his God King aura at all, emitting a crimson flame capable of scorching the sky vault. This was a driver of the God King level, a truly shocking sight. Alas, the most terrifying of all was the aura being exuded from the carriage. Even though no one could see who was inside, this terrifying aura made it seem like an immortal emperor sitting in an untouchable throne. Just this aura alone made others want to prostrate in fear. He alone was invincible in this world. Just like an immortal emperor, juniors were completely frightened by this scene. The suppression of this aura caused the weaker ones to immediately kneel on the ground. An older expert saw the insignia and exclaimed, "Mengzhentian. He really has come into being." Mengzhentian. This name struck everyone's ears like thunder, shocking them all. Even gods and devils would retreat when they heard this name in heaven spirit. All masters would definitely show him some respect. Chapter 1303, Ever-Present Threat. He really is coming out. Even a paragon who had been born in the same generation as Mengzhentian gasped. In the past, those who were lucky enough to see him could never forget his invincible disposition. Even if he couldn't become an emperor, he was still worthy of being admired for a lifetime. The heavens will now has a master, others shouldn't think about becoming emperor. Other geniuses and their seniors were drowning in despair. His name, for many people, was the start of a nightmare. Almost all people in heaven's spirit had heard of him before. They might not know about the powerful dream Empyrean, but they couldn't possibly not know Mengzhentian. Legend states that he was born in the same era as immortal Emperor Ta Kong. The two of them became sworn brothers and developed a deep friendship. It went on to say that Meng Jintian was unbeatable in his life. Even the emperor in his youth had lost to Meng Jintian. Future generations had always wondered why Meng Jintian didn't become an immortal emperor. Some said that it was because of his love for his brother. He didn't want to compete and fight against immortal Emperor Ta Kong for the heaven's will. Others believed that he was one step slower than the emperor and lost the initiative, so he lost the heaven's will. Regardless of the reason, his prestige didn't diminish. Even after becoming an emperor, immortal Emperor Ta Kong still treated him as an elder brother like before. From this point alone, one could see just how powerful and frightening he was. Meng Jintian didn't become an emperor in the previous generation, but he had now come out with the intention of aiming for the throne in this one. Everyone in Heaven's spirit knew the day of his coming meant that no other genius had a chance of becoming emperor. The most alarming thing was that during the previous competition, he didn't only accumulate enough experience, he gained sufficient strength as well. There were many god kings under his banner in addition to a formidable legion. Other geniuses simply couldn't compete against such an opponent. An old paragon saw the scouting cavalry and exclaimed, "Heaven Suppression Legion, what a domineering name." In the past, outside of immortal Emperor Ta Kong's own legion, no one else could compete with it. Just imagine the years past, Meng Jintian led his legion and swept through the world while defeating every opponent. A junior enviously stated while looking at the bird, that golden phoenix, only an immortal emperor would enjoy such treatment. He dreamed of the day that he could experience this treatment. A senior explained, "That's not a true phoenix, it's only an eagle with the bloodline of a phoenix. Nevertheless, it is still very rare and strong." A Tyrant recognized the old man driving the carriage. Even while dazed, he managed to murmur, "Isn't that ancestor Crimson Flame from our Tyrant race? He is already an amazing grand god king, why is he driving for Meng Jintian? Meng Jintian is qualified to have this treatment." A jealous spectator had to admit, he is the leading candidate to become the next emperor. Once he becomes an emperor, a grand god king will be nothing. It would become an honor to be Meng Jintian's driver at that point. His appearance shocked the entire Dragon Demon Sea and even Heaven's spirit as a whole. Due to the volume of travelers heading towards the Bone Sea, many of them got to saw his divine style with their own eyes. The entire region was in a clamor. Lu Ruyan was walking on the blue waves when the carriage of Meng Jintian was crossing the sky. Her group saw the frightening scene as well. Zhuo Jianshi commented with emotion, "The Dream Empyrean is considered the oldest charming spirit lineage. Even though they have never produced an immortal emperor, they never had a lack of talents. It was the biggest charming spirit sect in the Dragon Demon Sea and one of the strongest in all of Heaven's spirit. Even though we are all charming spirits, I have to admit that their divine reflections are unmatched when compared to lineages like ours. They can be praised as supreme." Even someone as proud as Lu Ruyan had to nod her head in agreement. There was a particular saying in the Heaven Spirit world. If the Void Imperfection 3 schools had the best immortal physiques, then the Dream Empyrean had the best divine reflections. A divine reflection was a unique talent of charming spirits and varied from one individual to the next. However, disciples who came from the Dream Empyrean were believed to have the best reflections in Heaven's spirit. Their progenitor was Shen Mengtian, the one who created and named the sect after his own name. Her elegance had a hint of youthfulness this time around. Celestial Pavilion, Ruyan was much bolder compared to the slightly reserved Jianshi. There was no topic that she would purposely avoid. "Young noble, you are too nice towards Mu Xiaolong. Could it be that you are aiming for the pavilion's secret, the immortal Dao City?" The low-key celestial pavilion was rumored to be attached to one of the 9 heavenly treasures, the immortal Dao City. Outsiders couldn't confirm this, and the pavilion itself never addressed this question. "You are looking down on me too much." Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. "If I wanted their secret, would I need to start with a junior? I just need to directly ask them, it isn't difficult at all. What is your relationship with the pavilion?" Ruyan gave a cute wink that contained boundless grace. Both of the girls were quite curious after noticing Li Qia's special treatment of Mu Xiaolong. After all, he was someone who wouldn't even bother looking at a young junior of Xiaolong's level. Li Qia didn't reply, he only silently stared at the blue waves in the distance. He was worried about many things at the Celestial Pavilion. It was not only due to the Lunar Grasp Fairy, some past matters played a part as well. It was just as the two girls had said, he had a special spot for the pavilion in his heart. Mu Xiaolong's special treatment wasn't only because Xiaolong had the last name of Mu. The two girls were quite curious, but they didn't dare to pry any further, not even the daring Ruyan. At this time, a disciple from outside reported, "Schoolmaster, young noble Bao from the Dream Empyrean is requesting to board our boat." Chapter 1304, Smugness. After hearing the disciple, Lu Ruyan frowned and thought about why Bao Yujiang might have come here again. Li Qia smiled and lightly said, "It looks like he hasn't given up." Ruyan asked the disciple, "What did he come here for?" In terms of status, Yujiang was not qualified to see Ruyan or Jianshi. In fact, his master was barely on the same level as them. The disciple hurriedly responded, "He said he is representing the Dream Empyrean to see you, schoolmaster." "Let him in." Although Ruyan had no interest in this visit of his, if he was representing the Empyrean and she were to refuse an audience, it would make the Void Imperfection schools seem petty. A bit later, Yujiang came with Mu Xiaolong beside him. Their friendship was great, so they came to the Bone Sea together, they were completely inseparable. Yujiang came in and saw Li Qia. He felt some displeasure since this was the man he didn't want to see the most. However, this wasn't his territory, so regardless of his personal annoyance towards Li Qia, there was no way around it. "Schoolmaster Lu, Schoolmaster Zhuo, we meet again." He cupped his fists and handed over an official letter from the Dream Empyrean. The two glanced at the letter and read the header. It was written by Yujiang's master, Bao Guijian. This formal letter meant that it was an official visit and not a personal one from Bao Yujiang. Jianshi put the letter away and slowly asked, "May I ask what you are here for?" Yujiang replied, "I am here to talk with schoolmasters about the direction the world will take in the future." Yujiang's demeanor had drastically changed. He was even more excited and confident, made evident by his imposing momentum. He carried himself as if he was equal to or even above everyone else. It was no wonder why he was this emboldened. His grandmaster, Meng Zhentian, had finally emerged to become an emperor. This made him bolder as he walked proudly with a straight posture. Because of this, Xiaolong was willing to help him. "Yes, schoolmasters, there is no harm in thinking it over." Bao Yujiang busily added, "You too should come visit my Dream Empyrean, we will show you our sincerity," but before he could finish, his mouth slowly stopped. His eyes were instantly attracted, and the same went for Mu Xiaolong. Fairy came out from inside with her matchless temperament, instantly drawing the two in. They looked as if they were struck by lightning and couldn't focus at all. It was not enough to call Fairy the #1 beauty in the 9 worlds, so of course these two would be intoxicated the moment they saw her. Mu Xiaolong's mind returned. He seemed to have forgotten about everything else as he quickly stood up to come before Fairy. "My name is Mu Xiaolong from the Celestial Pavilion. May I ask for your name, goddess?" Bao Yujiang couldn't endure it either. He was enamored and didn't want to lose. "I am Bao Yujiang, hailing from the Dream Empyrean. My grandmaster is Meng Zhentian. To be able to meet a goddess like you is a blessing of 3 lifetimes." Jianshi and Ruyan both laughed after seeing their behavior. They knew all too well just how irresistible Fairy was. Yujiang and Xiaolong were ordinary men, so they naturally couldn't resist her charm. Fairy glanced at them with the same dazed expression and then sat down next to Li Qia without caring for the two. This was not due to her arrogance. In fact, ever since she woke up from the coffin, she had been like this, maintaining an indifferent attitude towards everyone except Li Qia. Yujiang was immediately filled with jealousy after seeing her next to him. Li Qia's special relationship with Ruyan and Jianshi was already enraging enough, but now, this peerless goddess was acting incredibly close to Li Qia as well. He was going crazy with jealousy. Chapter 1305, A single stomp. Bao Yujiang gathered his wits and quickly turned over to look at Zhuo Jianshi and Lu Ruyan with cupped fists. Schoolmaster Zhuo, Schoolmaster Lu, is this lady a disciple from your school? Ruyan had a smile that wasn't a smile while Jianshi only elegantly chuckled and stared at Li Qia. Though he didn't show any mercy in his beating, it carried good intentions. Li Qia looked at Ruyan and chuckled, the celestial pavilion does indeed have some ties with me. With that, he didn't say anything else. Do you want to oppose the lunar grasp fairy? Jianshi asked with concern. Even though the world believes that Meng Jintian will become the next emperor, I heard my ancestors say that if the fairy comes out and wants the throne, even Jintian will have to stand to the side. Ruyan added, the lifelong rival of Empress Hong Tian, as beautiful as a fairy. I would like to see her. There were too many legends about her in Heaven Spirit. She had lived for such a long time that the moment she came out, her prestige would overwhelm even Meng Jintian. Li Qia remained quiet with his eyes closed, refusing to respond to the two. After a while, the confused fairy asked, where are we going? She seemed to be lost in thought all the time, no one knew what was on her mind. The Bone Sea. Li Qia looked at her and answered, that place will help you remember. Maybe you will even get something good. The Bone Sea. Fairy tilted her head as if she was trying to remember something, but it was only an ephemeral flash that she couldn't grasp. Let's go, you'll find that this is a place worth visiting. Li Qia gently stroked her hair. She nodded while contemplating his words. Chapter 1306, Sima Yujian. The boat of the Evil Devourer School continued onward. Because Li Qia was not in a hurry, its speed was quite slow. Many cultivators from behind surpassed them. Today, it suddenly stopped. After noticing the situation, Ruyan asked, what happened? A disciple immediately reported, Schoolmaster, someone is in our way and won't let us pass. Who is in our way? Ruyan frowned and thought about some possibilities. Not too many people in Heaven Spirit would dare to stop the Void Imperfection School. Sima Yujian from the Swift Dao Holy Land. The disciple revealed the name. After hearing this, Ruyan and Jianshi looked at each other before going outside. There was a girl standing above the blue sea. The ocean seemed to be freezing due to her presence. She emitted a chilling aura that spread throughout the entire region. Anyone would shiver after sensing this cold and heartless aura. She looked very young, even younger than Zhuo Jianshi. Her gray dress was very simple without any adornments. Her simplicity was different from others. It was a style that rendered everything superfluous, like a weapon for murder without any unnecessary parts. Her hair draped over her shoulder as she wore an ice-cold expression. Her gaze infiltrated the soul. Upon closer inspection, one could see a fiery bloodthirst surging deep in her pupils. Anyone would quiver when staring into her eyes. In terms of coldness, Li Shuangyan and Bai Jianjun were both cold. However, there was a distinction. Li Shuangyan was an apricot flower standing strong amidst a blizzard while Bai Jianjun was like the chill of steel. Meanwhile, this girl had a frigid ruthlessness capable of killing anything and everything. She was the sharpest edge that could penetrate someone's heart at any moment. With an oval face and clear complexion, she was actually quite beautiful. The sparkle of her eyes made them seem like gems and her lips were as red as flames. Her features made others think of a particular phrase, a beauty was as precious as jade. Moreover, her figure was also excellent. Her exquisite curves were clear with a single glance. She had a tight belt that accentuated her figure even more, especially her plump breasts and round buttocks. It was a sight that brightens the eyes. Unfortunately, people wouldn't notice her pretty face due to the murderous intent being exuded from her body. Many would retreat instead of approach. Her bloodthirst overshadowed her beauty. Many cultivators would actually take the long way around or simply observe from a distance when she was around. Sima Yujin. Some from the Abyss Sea were alarmed to see her. The most famous assassin in Heaven's spirit, and the youngest one at that. People were shocked after hearing her name. Ruyan and Jianshi came out and saw the girl. Ruyan's eyes glimmered as she murmured, Sima Yujin. This was a name that would instill shivers into the heart of listeners. A charming spirit spoke, a genius with incredible potential. What a shame that she chose the path of assassination. Another cultivator from the Abyss Sea felt regretful as well. The Swift Dao Holy Land should have had two wondrous geniuses. What a pity. Yujin came from an imperial lineage, the Swift Dao Holy Land. Her talents were exceedingly high. After joining the sect, her cultivation suddenly flourished. In this aspect alone, few youths in Heaven's spirit could compare to her. Unfortunately, someone else started cultivating even faster than her later on, her junior brother, the Swift Dao Celestial God. Rumor has it that his cultivation speed broke all records, even exceeding their own progenitor, Immortal Emperor Su Dao. There were 6 different levels for God Kings: Grand God King, Heavenly God King, Supreme God King, Apex God King, Dominating God King, and 9 Worlds God King. On the side, Ruyan chuckled a bit after hearing Yujin's response, young noble Li is our guest. If you want to harm him, you will have to get past us first. Yujin coldly glanced at her and mercilessly said, as long as someone pays, I won't mind killing you too as well. So you're saying that someone paid you to kill me? A leisurely voice sounded as Li Qie came out from inside. Fierce is here. Many people shouted after seeing him. His fame was no lesser than Sima Yujin's. Her eyes were instantly fixated on him. They emitted a terrifying glint as if they could penetrate his body. Many people felt their bodies being pierced by razor-sharp swords under her sweeping glance. However, Li Qie didn't care at all. He looked at her and smiled, I'm actually curious, who paid for my life? He looked very nonchalant, as if he was talking about the weather. He didn't show any signs of the fact that Yujin was here to take his life. Other people would be scared to death and drop to the ground or act quite cautious. Can't say. Yujin coldly replied, I'll come for your life in 3 days. The crowd was astonished. Her actions demonstrated her great confidence. In fact, this was her typical style, informing people before killing them. Chapter 1307, Dark Corpse Evil Water. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh and shake his head after listening to Yujin. He replied, such a vulgar action, hiring an assassin. Okay, I don't care who wants to buy my life, I'll pay you 10 times more. What do you want, Immortal Emperor? Refined jades, imperial weapons, or supreme manuals? Just say the word. The crowd was dumbfounded after hearing this. Everyone thought someone as fierce as Li Qie would immediately erupt in anger upon finding out that someone wanted his life. A fight would then ensue. No one expected for him to act as if he could smash someone to death with just money. He directly mentioned Immortal Emperor, refined jades and imperial weapons. This youth was far too rich, he really could kill someone with wealth at any moment. Yujin coldly said, the buyer has already made the payment. Li Qie shook his head, no problem, everything is negotiable in business. Just tell me what you want. I don't need you to tell me who the buyer was, you just have to kill him. I'll repay this lowly act in the same manner. Tell those who want my life that I have too much money and will pay 10 times what they can afford. Many were speechless. This was completely contrary to their image of Li Qie being a warmonger. Right now, he was acting like a young master who had just fallen into wealth and wanted to show off his money. Yujin didn't agree with his request. Instead, she coldly uttered, prepare for your funeral, I'll take your life 3 days later. Fine, if you want my life, why wait? Take it now. Li Qiye smiled and suddenly teleported behind her before finishing his sentence. He was way too fast. The majority of the crowd didn't see how he got behind her. In this split second, Yu Jian also took action. Her sword silently flashed like a scorpion delivering a fatal sting under the guise of night. This sword glint was incomparably fast as it aimed for Li Qiye's chest. There was no technique behind it, only pure murderous intent. This direct prick could pierce through his abdominal cavity. She might be fast, but he was even faster. His 2 fingers immediately clamped the blade. However, this flashing edge seemed to have a life of its own as it jumped up to evade him. Just like that, it pierced through his clothes and made contact with his flesh. A section of his skin was revealed. The sword move didn't make full contact with him. Yu Jian immediately retreated with extreme speed the moment Li Qiye's skin was exposed. The sky was filled with her shadows, no one could tell which was real or fake. A bit interesting. Li Qiye smiled at this scene. He stretched out his palm. Whoosh! A black hole emerged as Li Qiye's vitality soared. The black hole expanded as if it wanted to devour this whole region. Heaven Devourer Evil Fist. This fist could devour all existences in the world with its tyrannical power of absorption. Once locked onto by this attack, no one would be able to escape. The shadows in the sky couldn't escape, all was devoured by the black hole. In the end, only one shadow was left. She flew away from the black hole like a ray of light with incredible speed, successfully fleeing. How far can you run? Li Qiye laughed while watching the fleeing girl. He took a single step on the ocean and traveled 1,000 miles in order to capture her. Pluff! 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 He was right behind her when countless arrows shot out from the void. These arrows were quite fast as they penetrated the fabric of space. One could hear space being torn apart by their barrage. The terrifying aspect of these arrows wasn't their speed, it was their material. They were made from refined white bones and carried an extremely terrifying corpse energy. The type of miasma trailing from these arrows was the real weapon. This energy held great destructive force and was capable of killing everything in its path. One could easily tell that they were crafted from some horrifying skeletons. Once hit, even if the impact didn't kill the enemy outright, the corrosive force of this corpse energy would destroy the body and true fate. Sima Yujian came prepared without a doubt. She had come up with a path of retreat and laid these arrows beforehand. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye against this oncoming onslaught. He casually pointed forward and space rippled. Even though Li Qiye was standing right there, the spectators started seeing a strange illusion. The space surrounding him seemed to be liquefying. The fast arrows were going through this watery space right for Li Qiye, but strangely enough, they didn't make contact with his body. After they reached his flesh, Li Qiye's body suddenly turned into air as space was restored to its initial form. The arrows all disappeared as if they were never shot in the first place. This was space displacement, a technique from one of the 4 space-controlling arts of the space scripture. It could move space around in the blink of an eye. Because of this, all of the arrows failed to hit Li Qiye's body since they were transferred to a different space. With this opportunity, Yu Jian decisively escaped even further away, not daring to stop for a second. The space Li Qiye was standing on suddenly lost all gravity. With a strange noise, a drop of water floated up from the sea. A drop of seawater shouldn't be special at all, but the moment this drop touched Li Qiye, it wrapped around him completely. Moreover, this single droplet immediately became huge. It sealed his body completely and began to slowly petrify him in a block of amber. At first, everyone thought that this was another trap left behind by Sima Yujian. However, they felt that something was amiss because Yujian was nowhere to be found. If this was another attack from her, she wouldn't have escaped this quickly. Jianshi was startled and immediately warned Li Qiye, "Watch out, this is the Dark Corp's evil water." He, you are indeed a schoolmaster. How knowledgeable, to be able to recognize my ultimate treasure. A gloomy laughter resounded at this moment. Continuous splashing noises came from the water. Next, a person with a sinister smile surfaced from the sea. The moment people saw who it was, they shivered in fear due to his horrific appearance. The man had a big, round fish head with many thorns protruding from it like needles. Despite having a human body, many tentacles branched off from his body. These tentacles were very small, only around 3 to 5 inches long, so they looked like extra lumps of meat. These lumps were all moving, instilling chills into the spines of the spectators. Moreover, they were as black as ink with poisonous juices leaking out. A schoolmaster recognized who he was and exclaimed in horror, "Thornspur Ancestor! Thornspur Ancestor!" Some people had never seen him before, but they had heard of this name. That's the man whose body is poisonous through and through, right? He, I haven't been out all these years, yet someone still remembers my name. The Thornspur Ancestor was happily feeding off the fear of others with a smug expression. Thornspur belonged to a branch of sea demons, an extremely rare branch. Members of this branch were born with toxic bodies. Anyone who made contact with them would be poisoned to death unless they were strong enough to withstand the toxins. Because of this characteristic, they could kill in secrecy. Thornspur was special among them. He himself was a virtuous paragon and had killed many great characters in the past with his poison. Ha, Junior, you might be strong, but there is no escape from my dark corpse evil water. The ancestor stared at Li Qie trapped in the bubble and deviously laughed. Blame the person who paid the high price for your life. I'll turn you into amber before going to collect my bounty. Is that so? After the ancestor's gloating, Li Qie unexpectedly went outside of the water that was sealing him. No one saw how he escaped. How? Thornspur was completely stunned and aghast. Trying to seal me with such a petty trick? Li Qie sneered. After training with the space scripture, not to mention this type of water, even the most heaven-defying sealing technique would find it prohibitively difficult to imprison him. Chapter 1308, Provocation. The Thornspur Ancestor was shocked at the failed suppression and knew that the situation had gone sour. He turned to flee because he knew of Li Qie's fierce reputation. He initially wanted to ambush Li Qie with his most terrifying dark corpse evil water, but after failing, he didn't dare to linger here any longer. Stay and play. Li Qie suddenly appeared in front of him. The frightened ancestor immediately changed directions and fled towards the horizon, but he couldn't escape. Li Qie blocked his path again. The ancestor shifted once more, but Li Qie was much faster in stopping him. The ancestor's expression turned unsightly. He knew that his speed was inferior to Li Qie's, so escaping was impossible. He could only risk it all at this moment. Since you can't run, you might as well die. Li Qie laughed and declared after seeing that the ancestor had given up on running. With that, his finger aimed straight for the ancestor. It was just a very casual touch without any destructive force. The ancestor didn't try to dodge and instead rushed forward. It was as if he had become suicidal and wanted to be pierced by this finger. Pluff! Unsurprisingly, Li Qie's finger pierced the ancestor's chest. Many people were confused by his actions and the intended consequences. Not good, Li Qie fell into the trap. You can't touch the Thornspur Ancestor, his entire body is poisonous. An older cultivator reacted right away with a shout. Although being pierced left him with unbearable pain, the ancestor still gave a devious smile with a gloating demeanor. He. Little animal, you are truly strong, but you will still die to me. Even if you are a god monarch, you won't be able to survive. The poison from my body is 100 times stronger than the external ones I can create. The crowd was dumbfounded after hearing this. They knew that he was poisonous, but not to this extent. It really was a trap. An old cultivator murmured, if his natural poison is really that strong, it will be insufferable even if Li Qie could escape death. Li Qie was not surprised at all. He chuckled in response, "This is considered acute poison. What a joke, you think this can kill me?" The gloating ancestor suddenly stopped after seeing that Li Qie was just fine standing there. He cried out, "Impossible. Nothing is impossible in this world." Li Qie smiled. He cultivated the void imperfection physique, so even if this poison was stronger, it wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. Having said that, he slammed his palm into the ancestor's chest. The palm became infinitely dazzling as if he was holding a sun. "Ah!" the ancestor screamed pitifully. His chest was being incinerated, then his entire body turned to ashes. He couldn't escape at all since this scorching fire torched him in a split second. Extreme Young Fist. The ancestor's poison trap backfired on him. He allowed Li Qie to get close only to be burned by Li Qie's fist. Li Qie patted his palms clean and flatly said, "Trying to kill me at your level?" Many cultivators on the sea surface were alarmed after seeing this and quietly stared at each other. They had heard of Li Qie's reputation and he lived up to it today. A poisonous creature like the Thornspur ancestor was easily annihilated by him. Even the frightening Sima Yujian almost got killed as well. They trembled and thought about staying away from him in the future in order to avoid an indignant death. After Li Qie returned to the boat, Ruyan ordered her disciples to embark on their journey once more. Sima Yujian, then the Thornspur ancestor. Jianqi spoke after Li Qie sat down, "The bounty must be very high for people like them to take action. Not many can afford this price in Heaven Spirit. It's no big deal." Li Qie smiled a little without a care in the world. In fact, he had a pretty good idea of who placed the bounty on his head. Ruyan chuckled and added, "Wealth moves the heart and bounty invites brave people to accept challenges. That's fine, the more the merrier. Killing a few 100,000 will only be a warm-up." Such a casual remark left the two girls silent. For cultivators, killing was a way of life in order to improve. However, Li Qie's style of murder was different as shown by his earlier conquests. Calling him fierce was a polite way to put it since he was more of a butcher. "Sima Yujian is actually a bit interesting," Li Qie commented while the two girls had wry smiles on their faces. Jianqi replied, "She is indeed a rare genius. Unfortunately, she was born in the wrong generation, having to meet her junior brother and master. Otherwise, she would be the current sect master of the Swift Dao Holy Land. If she had stayed at the Holy Land and the Swift Dao God didn't exist, maybe she would have been the youngest person to be recognized by the heavens will in Heaven Spirit." Ruyan chuckled and added, "Her talents are incredible, plus that Holy Land is known for its cultivation speed, making her a tiger with wings. The Swift Dao Holy Hand was created by immortal Emperor Su Dao. He didn't have as many eternal tails as the other emperors, but he created a supreme grand Dao, allowing for the fastest cultivation speed in this world. It could be said that under the same conditions and aptitudes, cultivating his emperor law would double the speed of other emperor laws or more. This was the reason why their disciples improved much faster than those of any other lineage. I'm talking about her assassination arts." Li Qie smiled. "Assassination arts?" Jianqi asked, "Young noble, do you know the origin of her tactics?" Sima Yujian had never returned after leaving the Holy Land. By the time she showed herself again, she had already become a frightening assassin. People said that from that day onward, she stopped using merit laws from the Holy Land. Because of this, many believed that she had created a supreme Tao of assassination. Li Qie only smiled without responding. At this point, the boat suddenly stopped again. Ruyan frowned and asked her disciples, "What is it this time?" A disciple came in and reported with a strange expression, something is happening outside." She inquired, "What's the matter?" The disciple hesitated and glanced over at Li Qie, but he didn't know how to phrase his words. Eventually, he stammered, Someone has put a sign in the ocean." Let's go take a look. Li Qie noticed his demeanor and smiled before walking outside. There was a floating buoy with a particular message: Li Qie will die if he goes this way. There was also an arrow above the words pointing forward. They were large enough to be visible from a distance. Many cultivators saw the message as well and started to whisper to each other. This was blatantly provoking Li Qie. Without a doubt, this was creating an irreconcilable feud with him. Jianshi grimaced and said, "Someone is trying to goad you into a trap, young noble." Li Qie revealed a smile and replied, "I actually want to see what they can do with this trap." "It's not Sima Yujian." Ruyan stated her opinion. Jianshi gently shook her head, "I think so too. Despite being an assassin, she still has the pride of a great genius. She wouldn't bother using this type of scheme." Li Qie looked over at the direction of the arrow and cheerfully commanded, "Go that way." "But what about the trap waiting for you?" Jianshi was rather worried. Li Qie answered, "I'll just go alone. I like breaking others' schemes and seeing the desperation on their faces." Ruyan chuckled and said, "If you want to go, then we will naturally follow you. Not too many people in the contemporary can scare us." Chapter 1309, The Trap. The great ship traveled north along the direction of the arrow at a steady pace while remaining cautious. Many cultivators were surprised to see the boat's trajectory. Any reasonable person would know that the buoy from earlier was an attempt to goad Li Qie towards the trap. They weren't willing to be fooled and would rather avoid it completely instead of being led by the nose. Everyone knew that Li Qie was aware of this trap, but to their astonishment, he still chose to go towards it. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain yet still choosing to climb, how bold and decisive. What a confident person. Even sea demons unavoidably felt a little admiration for Li Qie. Prudence allows for a ship to sail 10,000 years. An old cultivator murmured, "The path towards the Tao is endless with countless dangers. If not careful, even the most amazing genius might find their boat capsize one day. Come, let's take a look. I actually want to know who is trying to mess with Li Qie." Some cultivators couldn't contain their curiosity and decided to follow. Someone had already placed a high bounty for Li Qie's head, and now there was this blatant provocation and trap. The person behind this must have an irreconcilable feud with Li Qie. The boat didn't go too far before seeing another message on the sea with an arrow: "Li Qie will die if he goes this way." The boat, once again, followed the direction without any hesitation. After some distance, they kept seeing the same sign again and again with a new direction. Just what kind of trap is waiting for him? The quantity of the signs built up the anticipation of the cultivators following behind the boat. Eventually, the boat stopped because of a large sign with "Li Qie will die here" written on it. There wasn't an arrow above the words this time. The spectators knew that the trap was before them, so they stopped to watch from afar. Li Qie told the two girls, "Stop here, I'll go take a look. Be careful." Jianshi reminded him after seeing that he wanted to go alone. "Don't worry, I actually want to be killed." Li Qie looked at her and smiled, "It will be a good thing." The two sisters were speechless. This was their first time hearing someone who wished to be killed. Li Qie slowly walked on the waves towards the sign in front of him. He seemed to be taking a stroll through his own garden instead of walking towards a trap. The sea demons in the distance were surprised by his carefree demeanor. One of them said, "This Li might be arrogant, but he can really back it up. Courageous and domineering, a very unique individual even among the young geniuses in Heaven Spirit. It's about to begin, I wonder how strong his enemies are." Some spectators were holding their breaths in anticipation. They didn't want to miss a single detail. Some wanted to see just how strong this trap was and if it could deal with Li Qie or not. Li Qie glanced at the buoy and casually threw it away before smiling, "Come, do your worst and impress me." Boom! 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 At the initial location of the buoy where Li Qie was standing, great pillars soared into the sky from the bottom of the sea. They surrounded this region and runes began to appear on their surfaces. Clank! These runes instantly connected with each other like iron chains and sealed the entire area. Whoosh! They emitted a powerful aura and a blinding light. Even space seemed to be frozen. A spectator blurted after seeing this brilliance, "The aura of a sea god. This is a sea god's method." Now that the nearby space had been frozen by the pillars, they began to emit an energy to suppress Wuxia and cut off all paths of retreat. These are items personally refined by a sea god. Someone commented after seeing some clues on the pillars. A cultivator asked, "Which sea god?" The paragon slightly opened his mouth, but he refrained from answering. He didn't want to expose the background of the sea god. After all, he and Wuxia didn't know each other. There was no need for him to run his big mouth and provoke a sea god's lineage. Buzz! When Wuxia gathered his blood energy, a seal of the sea god surfaced on the pillars in order to suppress his energy. It was immediately successful. Another expert wondered, "I wonder if Wuxia can withstand this level of suppression in that sealed space." Wuxia didn't seem to mind at all and stopped gathering his blood energy. He smilingly said, "Fine, I can still destroy you all without using my blood energy and merit laws. It's time to show me your worth, don't waste my time." When all of his power was converged, he looked just like a mortal. The crowd was dumbfounded by his actions. Even in the face of a sea god suppression, he still chose to not use laws and his blood energy. Just how confident and domineering was this? Small buds stretched out of the sea. It looked like new branches were growing from them. Just like that, more and more of these young buds surrounded this sealed area for as far as the eye could see. What is this? The crazy growth of these buds creating a meadow-like location on the sea left many astonished. They didn't know what these buds were. Shortly after, the buds grew into large vines like swimming serpents. They wove together and created a huge net that wrapped around Wuxia. While this was happening, he stood there without moving while watching this scene with a smile. It's the blazing serum Tyrant. The nest-like creation formed from these vines was finally recognized by a cultivator. Tyrants emerged from the sea as well as inside the sealed sky. Their heads were skulls while their bodies were made from vines and roots. Their bodies were very muscular, like horned dragons taking root in the sea. They grew with frightening speed and immediately crowded the entire area. Suddenly, huge vines covered everyone's vision. Next, the net made out of giant vines began to rapidly shrink. It seemed to be using a mighty force to strangle Wuxia inside. A different type of sea demon was standing on these gigantic vines as well. Their bodies were transparent like seawater, rendering their organs visible. When their bodies swayed with the vines, liquids continuously gurgled out into the vines themselves. Meanwhile, the vines crazily absorbed this liquid. It looked to be greatly nutritious since the vines could grow even faster to occupy the area. All of this happened very quickly. Starting from the buds until they grew into the entrapping vines, it only took the time it takes to perform a merit law. Escaping this sealed space was truly a challenge. Moreover, Wuxia couldn't move at all since he was wrapped by the vine net. Ice spirit sea demons, no way. A sacred lord from the dragon demon sea was startled. An unfamiliar cultivator asked, "What do you mean?" Ice spirit sea demons and blazing serum Tyrants have been mortal enemies for generations. They have always been at odds. This sacred lord blurted out, but these two races are complementary to each other. The water of the ice spirits is extremely nutritious for these Tyrants, allowing them to mature faster. This means that the explosiveness of the Tyrants would be dozens or 100 times greater in combat. At the same time, the roots and buds of these Tyrants are also nutritious for the sea demons. All along, the blazing serum Tyrants wanted to capture the ice spirit sea demons to suck their water dry while the ice spirits wanted to absorb the blazing serum's roots and refine them into their own treasure liquids. They have massacred each other for generations, so why would they work together like this? Chapter 13:10, Blazing Serum Trance and Ice Spirit Sea Demons, Boom. The tightly woven net of vines suddenly caught on fire at the center. In fact, calling it a fire was far from sufficient to describe what was going on. This explosion left the net stranded in a sea of fire, making it seem like the sun itself. It immediately spread and exploded some more, emitting terrifying smoke. This ferocious flame swept through the entire area. The fact that the space was sealed exacerbated the scale of this flame of indescribable power. Its high temperature could burn everything to ashes. In this split second, the wooden net was no longer there, only a gigantic sun with its flames surging for thousands of meters could be seen. These terrifying flames assaulted the world and burned everything. Li Qie, who was stuck in the center, was affected the most. The flame had probably burned him to ashes. The monstrous fire made it difficult for others to look straight at it. Many spectators were slack-jawed. Even a paragon was nothing in the face of this intense heat. This is why the blazing serum trance are so scary. If they are willing to risk it all by using their lifespan, they could incinerate their own bodies to kill their enemies. A Tyrant ancestor explained, the presence of the ice spirit sea demons made these Tyrants grow even stronger and amplified the power of the explosion. Is he still alive? Someone squinted to look at the center of the ball of fire, but the blistering flames blocked their vision. Even a heavenly gaze couldn't see through its blinding light. As the blasts continued, everyone became curious as to what Li Qie's situation was. Suddenly, the flames moved wildly. This sky-searing flame caved in as if something within the artificial sun was devouring its power. More scorching sizzles resounded. The sealed space continued to quake as the blazing sun became smaller and smaller. It was as if it was losing its source of power. Eventually, the sun became small enough for one to see what was happening. Everyone could now see Li Qie frantically devouring this sun flame. He had opened his fate palace. The cauldron of life emerged with the heavenly Tao's primal chapter. The cauldron itself already had an eternal flame of life, while this primal chapter had an affinity for high temperatures. Thus, their combination was fundamentally flawless and allowed for the perfect absorption of all flames. Meanwhile, the blazing flames of these Tyrants were predicated on them burning their bodies. This type of flame was quite nutritious for Li Qie, so his own fire of life grew much stronger after devouring it. How could he let go when such a good opportunity was brought to his doorstep? He directly used his cauldron of life to turn everything into his own. How can this be? Something like this is actually possible. Many people couldn't believe their own eyes. Everyone knew that the flame of this race was a wondrous substance since they burned their own life force in order to create it. However, not just anyone could withstand such an overbearing fire. Devouring this blazing flame could easily destroy their own cauldron of life. The blazing serum Tyrants became distraught after seeing all the fire being devoured by Li Qie. The experts of their race shouted, "Combine!" All of their branches grew at an astonishing pace as they took root within the deepest part of the earth. At the same time, the ice spirit sea demons combined with the Tyrants. Their own bodies merged with the branches, then they poured their spirit water inside. This is so incredible, seamless cooperation from mortal enemies. Someone must have paid a sky-high price to make them work together like this to kill Li Qie. A sect master was astounded to see this teamwork. At this time, the Tyrants seemed to be blooming with flowers. However, petals didn't come out from the hollow holes filled with darkness. Rumble. Lava rushed out from these holes. Some sprayed to the sky before aiming straight for Li Qie. Shortly after, lava gushed from all directions, aiming to drown and annihilate Li Qie. The Tyrants are using their killing move. Do not get hit by this hot serum or you'll explode right away. A Tyrant expert lost his voice while screaming. The blazing serum from this race was quite terrifying. Not only did it have a high temperature, once it touched its prey, it would seem to come to life and invade the body before exploding. Moreover, the power of this explosion was enormous. It was dozens of times stronger than the flames from earlier. Even the strongest body wouldn't be able to withstand the internal explosions. These serums that resembled lava came tumbling down from the sky, causing relentless explosions. The sealed space trembled, but everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Li Qiye's cauldron of life immediately opened wide and crazily swallowed all the incoming serum. It violently quaked as explosions resounded inside. Without a doubt, this serum was detonating within. However, the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter and its laws fortified the cauldron of life by sealing it. The barrage of explosions couldn't harm the cauldron at all. How could these blazing liquids blow away an item at the primal chapter's level? Jaws dropped at this spectacle. Is his cauldron of life made out of immortal metal? It is perfectly fine after this many explosions. Even the strongest God King cauldron wouldn't be able to handle so many powerful outbreaks. A sea demon of the Paragon level was shocked. Rumble. More blazing serum shot out in an endless manner. It crazily attacked Li Qiye's cauldron of life as if this Tyrant race wouldn't give up until he was blown to pieces. A few sea demons were lost in admiration. One of them said, "It is fortunate that these two races are mortal enemies. If they work together, they might become one of the most terrifying lineages in the Dragon Demon Sea." This endless barrage of serum could instantly destroy a great power. No, that's not right. A virtuous paragon from the previous generation was quite experienced. After watching for a while, he shook his head and said, "Something is wrong, they are not in control of their serum anymore." This paragon was right. At this time, the experts from the two races were completely frightened because their serum kept on gushing out. They had lost control of the situation as they kept on feeding Li Qiye's cauldron of life as if it wanted to squeeze them dry. Even though their serum was quite powerful and horrifying, it also came at a heavy price. It was equivalent to a cultivator's blood energy or even longevity blood. This lavish barrage of their serum meant that their longevity blood was being drained. An expert from the Tyrant race shouted towards the ice spirit sea demons, "Separate." Due to the previous fusion, their serum became stronger and, of course, this meant that Li Qiye was absorbing an even greater amount. "We can't." These sea demons were alarmed as well. Their spirit water was supporting the Tyrants and their serum. However, Li Qiye was not only devouring the longevity blood of the Tyrants, he was also sucking them dry since they were one with the Tyrants. They desperately tried to separate their bodies, but Li Qiye's cauldron of life had a formidable swallowing nature. It locked the two races together in a way that they simply couldn't separate. Waves splashed everywhere. Despite the struggles of the two races on the sea, they failed to escape from Li Qiye's grasp. Oh mother! This is not the blazing serum Tyrants attacking Li Qiye, he is simply devouring their longevity blood. Finally, people understood the situation and couldn't help but quiver in horror. No. Ultimately, the experts from the two races screamed pitifully. Li Qiye had completely devoid them of their energy source. After a couple moments, countless corpses floated on the sea. Chapter 13:11, Sea Aberration. Fear spread throughout the crowd as they watched the corpses floating on the ocean. Several hundred ice spirit sea demons and blazing serum Tyrants were drained dry. All of their blood energy had been devoured by Li Qiye. A cultivator murmured while quivering, "This is too terrifying, what an evil art." Another sect master commented, "These two races are done for. All of their elites, even high elders, have died here. They won't be able to rise again. This is the result of greed, participating for an unobtainable bounty only to pay with their lives." Many people quietly reflected on the situation. The two races were mortal enemies, always in a state of discord. But now, they actually worked together for once only to be slaughtered completely. What a tragic tale. That was really filling. Li Qiye recalled his cauldron of life and faintly smiled. His eyes then turned towards the sky as he flatly said, "What else you got? Bring it." A thunderous voice came from the sky as if something was blown open, "Show the decree." In an instant, a divine order with a majestic will descended. Its holy text ordered the 9 heavens and myriad realms. Someone shouted in amazement, "The decree of a sea god." This type of decree was written down by a living sea god. The moment it came out, the user would have control over its divinity. Some decrees had specific purposes while others were more general. The former mostly consisted of agreements between a sea god and a certain race or person. After the sea god passed away, the descendants of the other party could also use this decree to command others. A general-purpose decree was a form of willpower used to suppress enemies. It was quite powerful since it represented the sea god. Ordinary cultivators couldn't oppose it at all. This particular decree didn't suppress Li Qiye. Its holy text and runes fell into the sea and disappeared shortly after. The water was still calm, so no one knew of its effects just yet. Boom! While the spectators were thinking about what the decree would do, a tsunami flooded the sky and flipped over the earth. Rumble. The entire sea quaked with continuous rumbles. Even the sealed space with Li Qiye inside was quaking non-stop, making it seem as if the seal could break at any moment. Retreat. Lu Ruyan was startled and immediately gave the order. After the boat from the Evil Devourer school retreated, the spectators followed suit. Even though they didn't know what the item was, if the Evil Devourer school chose to retreat, it must be something major. Gigantic tentacles emerged from the bottom of the ocean. Each of them was 1,000 miles long. Boom! They crowded the sealed space and immediately shattered it. The pillars floating on the sea broke apart as well. Rumble. They danced in the sky while wreaking havoc. Each was as long as a mountain range, creating stormy tsunamis that towered for countless miles. The evacuators were shaken to see this scene from a distance. What is that monster? Many people found these gigantic appendages difficult to believe. How could this be? The effect of this decree was beyond their imagination. They didn't think that this monster could destroy the sealed space just by awakening. Of course, some were secretly celebrating after the initial shock because the stronger this sea monster was, the greater the chance of it killing Li Qiye. Bang! An even more terrorizing scene unraveled. The feelers on these gigantic tentacles began to suck up the water in this region. The seawater here was suddenly being drained away at a rapid pace. The sea surface rose higher and a monstrosity appeared before them. It was a gigantic kraken, capable of easily crushing great mountains. Its body itself was monstrous in size while its long tentacles had huge feelers capable of devouring everything like tiny black holes. The kraken opened its eyes that resembled 2 bright moons, brightening up the whole sea. What is this sea monster? People gasped in the face of this monster. Everyone could imagine these tentacles easily pinching paragons to death. An emperor kraken, a sea monster that ravaged the dragon demon sea for a short period of time. An old paragon recognized this monster. His eyes flashed with shock as he elaborated. Legend states that a god monarch once challenged this monster but was torn to pieces alive. Later on, this creature met a sea god and disappeared afterward. Who would have thought that it was sleeping here? Sea monsters were unique to the great oceans in heaven spirit. There were many of them and they were particularly formidable. They were different from sea demons. Sea monsters didn't cultivate and would maintain their original form. Moreover, they were solitary creatures without groups. Because they didn't have any intelligence and maintained their original form, they could live for a long time and become extremely powerful while gaining unique characteristics. They would either grow to unbelievable sizes or were highly toxic. Some had magical gifts as well. A cultivator curiously asked, which sea god was it? The old paragon didn't want to answer. Of course he knew which sea god subdued this kraken, it was just that he didn't want to invite trouble to himself. The will of the sea god descending from the sky had awakened this slumbering sea monster. Bang! Its huge tentacles immediately attacked Wuxia. One could easily imagine their world-destroying power. Space was torn asunder as the winds hissed through the sky. However, before these tentacles could touch Wuxia, he instantly disappeared and reappeared on the other end to look at the kraken with a smile. The beast reacted quickly. Another tentacle aimed for Wuxia's new location with lightning speed. Alas, even if it was faster, it was no match for Wuxia. He disappeared once more to another location. Boom! 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 In just a moment, the kraken's long tentacles slammed down on this world, creating huge tidal waves. A calamity had descended on this sea region, the end of time was approaching. Wuxia's figure kept flashing back and forth in the sky. Because his speed of teleportation was too fast, his shadows were left in the sky. Eventually, these remnant images were everywhere. At the same time, the tentacles crazily attacked with enough speed to seem like countless dancing serpents. The sky was full of these tentacles as well. The spectators were dazed from this dance between the two combatants. They were truly too fast, no one could see them clearly. Bang! At this moment, the kraken that was using the seawater to float higher fell down. Monstrous waves were generated from its impact. At this point, people saw a bizarre scene. The winding tentacles of the kraken were unexpectedly twisted together. It had become a giant meatball, struggling to loosen the knots. Alas, the more it tried, the tighter the tentacles became, as if they were trying to strangle it to death. You dare to prance around in front of me with your low intelligence? Wuxia looked at the desperately struggling kraken. Wuxia deliberately planned a route during his evasion so that the attacking tentacles would tie each other into an inescapable knot. Everyone looked dumbfounded to see this giant meatball. The kraken's body couldn't support its current posture and sank into the sea. Chapter 13:12. 5 generals. Wuxia rushed down towards the sinking kraken and grabbed one of its tentacles. Splash! Wuxia then soared to the sky and dragged the monster up with him. Whoosh! 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 The wind cried. Wuxia spun the kraken around continuously like a windmill. They turned into a terrifying hurricane that crazily spun on the sea's surface. Now go! Wuxia eventually let go. Whoosh! The gigantic body of the beast flew and disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. It had been thrown out of the dragon demon sea towards the boundless horizon. Who knows whether this kraken would be able to survive in the future? He dealt with it just like that. Jaws dropped to the ground. However, some experts felt that this was the best way to deal with the kraken. Such a sea monster had a resilient shell. Killing it in a short period of time wasn't an easy matter. Directly throwing it out of the sea was much simpler. Wuxia then stepped towards the sky and stomped on a white cloud. Boom! The cloud dissipated along with a secret technique, revealing a huge ship. There's no need to sneak around if you are already here. Wuxia stood in the sky and sneered at the exposed ship. Go! 2 shadows rushed out of the ship in order to escape. However, they didn't make it far before a bang sounded, they had slammed into something and were bounced back. They immediately changed directions with haste. Alas, the result was still the same. They slammed into something again and was forced back. This process repeated several times, but nothing changed. This space was sealed, so they couldn't escape. Wuxia watched them run around like dogs that had lost their masters. After a while, he sneered, "You aren't the only ones who know how to seal space." Space sealing was another technique from the space scripture, part of the space control chapters. It was prohibitively difficult for cultivators to destroy this containment once trapped inside. The two fleeing figures finally stopped. They understood that the only way to escape from this space was to kill Wuxia. People finally got a good look at them at this time. They were two old men. One was short but had a huge shield on his back. The other was a burly fella with a spear and a sharp glare. Someone exclaimed after clearly seeing the two, "These are two of the 5 generals of the Lithodidae overlord, the turtle and spear generals." Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Jianche weren't surprised at all, for this was within their expectations. The crowd glanced at each other after this revelation. Lithodidae had 5 generals: turtle, spear, net, hook, and dagger. Rumor has it that these 5 generals had a formidable killing technique. Many experts much stronger than them had actually fallen to their hands. They had many illustrious exploits under the overlord. Turtle and spear appearing together at this place had answered the question of who the mastermind behind the whole thing was to many. What made others curious was how this feud came to be between Wuxia and the overlord. Wuxia smiled and indifferently said, "So it is the overlord's people. Looks like he couldn't swallow the anger from the other day." In fact, it wasn't strange for the overlord to want to kill Wuxia. He was a ruthless man who loved challenges. Taking Wuxia's head was, without a doubt, a great challenge. Turtle and spear put on dignified expressions, and Turtle lowered his tone, "This has nothing to do with our master. We did this of our own volition. Loyal enough." Wuxia smiled, "Unfortunately, you two won't be able to live any longer to show your loyalty to your master. Kill him." The 2 generals didn't waste any more words, it was time to fight to the death. Spear roared and rushed forward alongside Turtle. Bang! Turtle's gigantic shield ferociously slammed into Wuxia like a mountain. Explosions sounded even before the impact. Wuxia smiled and unleashed a finger strike through the sky, aiming for the shield. Boom! It didn't matter how powerful or heavy this shield was, it couldn't handle Wuxia's attack. Turtle staggered backward after this exchange. Pluff! While Turtle lost the first move, Spear suddenly appeared right behind Wuxia like a poisonous serpent, with his spear mercilessly aiming for Wuxia's ribs. He chose the perfect time to attack in order to deliver a fatal blow. Wuxia didn't bat an eye at the approaching spear. He flicked his finger, issuing a clanging noise and diverting the spear tip. Next, he attacked again, aiming straight for Spear's forehead. Spear was startled and quickly pulled his weapon back to defend. Meanwhile, Turtle, who was repelled by just one finger, was aghast after looking at his shield. He was an all-shield turtle, a very rare sea demon. His shield was part of his carapace and was unbelievable hard, it was countless times tougher than an ordinary divine metal. But now, there were cracks on it because of Wuxia's finger. Just how terrifying was the power contained in that strike? However, since Wuxia was attacking Spear, Turtle didn't have time to think too much and instantly rejoined the fray. Clank! Even though Spear was using his weapon for protection, it still couldn't stop the approaching finger. The spear cracked while Wuxia's finger continued straight for his forehead. While watching Spear accept death, Turtle arrived just in time. Boom! His shield blocked Wuxia's attack once more to save Spear. However, it was completely penetrated this time. Suddenly, a net appeared out of nowhere above Wuxia's head. It was as thin as fine silk, so it was hard for people to see. It looked just like a layer of mist floating over his head. It moved at an incomparable speed to surround and trap Wuxia completely. Many people's hearts skipped a beat after seeing this new development. In this split second, the net finally engulfed Wuxia in a firm manner as another old man appeared in the sky. A spectator recognized him right away and shouted, "The net general." This was another general under the Lithodidae overlord. Net heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that his net had a firm grasp on Wuxia. He laughed raucously and said, "Even if your techniques were better, you still won't be able to escape my heavenly net," but his smile froze before he could finish. The net was indeed solid, but the one under it wasn't Li Chia, it was the turtle and spear generals. As for Li Chia, he was standing where these two generals were earlier. The net general couldn't believe his eyes. His ambush had never failed before, yet he missed his mark this time. Li Chia wasn't trapped, his allies had inexplicably fallen under it instead. This was displaced space under the spatial control branch. It allowed Li Chia to swap positions with his enemies, which was why the other two generals were trapped instead. The two shocked generals shouted in unison, "Let go of us." During all of the commotion, a black rope slithered towards Li Chia like a spirit serpent and wrapped around him. It was simply too fast, making it seem as if it had been waiting for Li Chia this whole time. The moment he stood still, it immediately coiled around him. Moreover, it coiled around him crazily as if aiming to strangle him. Another old man appeared out of nowhere while holding the other end of the rope. Someone exclaimed, "The Hook General." Whoosh! A light flashed while the rope held Li Chia tightly. This glint aimed for his throat in a ruthless manner in order to push him towards his death. Pluff! The incomparably sharp dagger pierced his throat. Blood sputtered under this fatal stab. Even if you were stronger, you can't escape death in the face of our joint offense," a gloomy voice sounded as the fifth old man appeared. He was the Dagger General, a master at ambush and assassination. He didn't have much time to think before shield, net, and spear standing in front of him were aghast. They all shouted at the same time, "No!" Chapter 13:13, Space-shifting Dagger's smile froze after hearing the group shout. He quickly looked over and found that it was Hook whose neck he pierced, not Li Chia. Blood spurted from his neck as his eyes went wide. He tried to speak, but people could only hear "ugh, ugh, ugh" coming out of his mouth. Dagger was stricken with shock and cried, "No." He didn't expect to have killed his own brother in this manner. Meanwhile, Li Chia was standing where Hook previously was. Even though he was still tied up, he was completely unharmed and stood there calmly. It was displaced space again. He swapped positions with Hook right when the dagger swung by. Hook died without even knowing why. Li Chia leisurely smiled, "It seems like you really are getting old with worsening eyesight, treating your ally as an enemy." The other four's expressions turned unsightly. Their ambush didn't harm Li Chia at all and instead resulted in their own brother dying. A sea demon murmured after seeing this scene, "All 5 generals of the Overlord are here." In fact, the 5 were all on the ship earlier, but after being exposed, shield and spear purposely came out to bait Li Chia while the other 3 hid and waited for the right opportunity. The 5 had always worked together regardless of whether they faced a single enemy or hundreds. Their teamwork and techniques were incredible, ranging from ambushes, assassination arts, and traps. Because of this, many people stronger than them had fallen to their hands. This time, even though their location was exposed, they were still confident and wanted to use their great teamwork to kill Li Chia. However, they didn't expect for the first victim to be their own brother, Hook. Li Chia smiled at them and asked while still tied up, "Are you done yet?" The 4 generals looked at each other. They gathered closer together as Dagger gritted his teeth and said, "Little animal, it'll be you or us today." Li Chia only chuckled in response, "Wrong, it will be the 4 of you dying unwilling deaths." The 4 adjusted their positions while Li Chia leisurely watched them set up their new formation. After the 4 were done, this new formation surrounded Li Chia perfectly. No matter the angle, their attack wouldn't harm their own people. At the same time, they were able to cut off Li Chia's movements while keeping him within the range of their attacks. "You 4 indeed understand how to work together." Li Chia gave an indifferent smile and said, "Unfortunately, your cultivations are too weak. If you all had the power of a god king on top of this teamwork, you could do whatever you want in Heaven Spirit. You can kill ordinary cultivators with your strength, but in my eyes, the 4 of you are not much different from ants." "Slay!" The 4 of them responded with a shout. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to have a mental connection and attacked at the same time from completely different angles. Dagger aimed for Li Qia's neck, Net threw a poisonous net made out of sand at his back, Shield attacked with the power of a mountain in order to shatter Li Qia's head, Spear's weapon was as overbearing as fire. He unleashed a barrage of thrusts at Li Qia's legs. In the face of these attacks from all directions, Li Qia was still as calm as ever despite being tied up by the black rope. Boom! Time stopped in this sealed space, making the scene seem like a picture. An unbelievable spectacle unfolded before everyone. Dagger slashed Shield's throat while Shield shattered Spear's skull. Meanwhile, Spear pierced Net's chest and Net's sharp mesh cut through Dagger's body. Their eyes were opened wide in astonishment. They had calculated their positions very carefully, so there was no chance of hurting their own brothers like earlier. Even if Li Qia switched his position with one of them, accidental injuries still shouldn't have happened. However, Li Qia stood still this time. He had not shifted, it was the rest of them. They ended up killing each other, resulting in this scene. Bang! 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 Their bodies fell down one by one. These were indignant deaths since not even in their dreams would they have imagined that they would fall at the hands of their own brothers. Just like Li Qia said earlier, they would be the ones to die unwilling deaths. What the hell is that technique? Many people gasped after seeing this. Even an expert at the sect master level paled with fear. This sect master's senior, a virtuous paragon, explained, this is a spatial technique. Li Qia cultivates some kind of space technique, allowing him to arbitrarily control the movements of space. The paragon was right. It wasn't displaced space this time but rather space shifting. In that split moment, he shifted space so that they would kill each other. Just like that, Turtle's throat was moved in front of Dagger's attack while Spear's skull was shattered by Shield. He can do it on a whim. The sect master was alarmed. Doesn't that mean Li Qia can teleport people wherever he wishes? The paragon mused for a bit before answering with uncertainty, that depends on their cultivation. At a certain level, Li Qia shouldn't be able to shift his enemy through space, or maybe the effect would be greatly reduced. In fact, he was right. Just as Li Qia had stated earlier, the cultivation of the generals was too weak. If they were god kings, it wouldn't be easy for Li Qia to move them. And even if he could, it would be very limited. But with their strength, they couldn't protect their own space. It was very easy for Li Qia to shift their spatial locations. Sigh, why must such good brothers kill each other? Li Qia laughed. The black rope around him finally loosened and slipped off. This rope was not a threat to him at all. He was only playing with the generals to let them think victory was at hand. He floated in the sky and swept through the area. There was no other ambush, the enemy had exhausted their means. Trying to kill me with such pathetic means. How disappointing, I was expecting a much better trap. Li Qia leisurely smiled while shaking his head before returning to Rian's ship. Many were temporarily speechless after hearing this. In fact, they could see that the ambush from the 5 generals was quite formidable. The blazing serum Tyrants and ice spirit sea demons initiated the attack and were immediately followed by a monster like the Kraken. Even a god monarch would find it difficult to evade death. However, Li Qia came out unscathed while all the generals died pitifully. Fierce is too terrifying, he is definitely not weaker than the Sea Shield Prince or 7 Martial Goddess. A person shuddered while watching the ship from the Evil Devourer school leave. He has a pretty good chance of becoming the immortal emperor of our generation. An older sea demon had to admit that Li Qia was mighty. Heh, so what? Even if he was stronger, he can't become the emperor. A charming spirit sneered, with Meng Jintian around, he is only an ant unless he can become an emperor candidate in the next 2 years. Otherwise, Meng Jintian will crush him to death. Even those who didn't like the statement couldn't refute due to the current consensus of Meng Jintian's success. Competing for the heavens will against him was courting death, even for the greatest of geniuses. Fortunately, the Sea Shield Prince and 7 Martial Goddess are sea demons, they don't need to fight for the heaven's will. Some sea demons were thankful for this. If they didn't need the heaven's will, it meant that they didn't have to become Meng Jintian's enemies. Chapter 13-14, 7 Martial Pavilion. The ship began to depart with Li Qie back inside. He sat down and closed his eyes to relax. What happened earlier was just a mere warm-up for him. No, it couldn't even be considered a warm-up. After his training, Li Qie had mastered space control from the scripture to a peerless level. While looking at Li Qie, Zhuo Jianshi said, "The Lithodity Overlord really went all out." The two of them understood the feud between Li Qie and the Overlord. The truth was that it was only a little resentment and not an irreconcilable feud. The problem was that Li Qie didn't give him any respect. But now, this became an unforgivable feud. He paid a great price for Li Qie's life and wouldn't give up until the deed was done. That Overlord always likes to think of himself as a ferocious man who enjoys the hunt and won't give up until the prey is dead. Ruyan chuckled, the bounty must have been exorbitant or else someone like Sima Yujian wouldn't have come. He's just another ant. After I'm finished with my business, I'll destroy their regal valley. That was the only statement Li Qie made about the Overlord. He didn't even have enough interest to go and kill him right now. Jianshi and Ruyan glanced at each other. The regal valley was a sea god's lineage, yet Li Qie made it sound as if it was only a minor sect. However, they didn't feel that his words were outrageous. Since he said so, the regal valley was doomed to extinction. After all the commotion, the ladies thought that the trip to the Bone Sea would be peaceful again. Alas, they didn't make it too far before a disciple came in with a message. An elder from the 7 Martial Pavilion wishes to meet young noble Li. Oh. The pavilion. Jianshi's eyes became serious. Ruyan smiled in response, it looks like even a behemoth like the pavilion can't sit still. Regardless of their purpose for coming today, it shows that you have entered their sight. The pavilion was the most powerful behemoth in the Dragon Demon Sea. It sat at the apex of all sea demons, a place full of masters. It once produced 3 invincible sea gods. There was a phrase at the Dragon Demon Sea, if the Roaring Conch could order all sea demons in the world, then the 7 Martial Pavilion could reign supreme in the Dragon Demon Sea. Someone in Heaven's spirit once speculated that the unfathomable pavilion was not weaker than any lineage with 3 immortal emperors. Let him in. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve with a smile. A moment later, an old man was led inside by the disciple. He wore a grey robe and a veiled hat. His blood energy was hidden, true to his low-key appearance. He saw the trio and bowed, I am the 3rd elder of the 7 Martial Pavilion. Nice to meet you, young noble Li, Schoolmaster Zhuo, and Schoolmaster Lu. Thank you for visiting despite the long journey. Ruyan, as the host, gracefully responded with a charming smile. Both the pavilion and the 3 schools were behemoths, so they have dealt with each other before. As schoolmasters, the girls naturally recognized this elder. The elder didn't waste time after the greetings. He brought out a wooden box with both hands and handed it over to Li Qie, young noble Li, this is our first meeting. Here is a token of goodwill from our pavilion, please accept. Li Qie casually placed it on the table before opening it. A blue light shot out, it was very pure without the slightest flaw, as if many stars were stored inside. The box was filled with gems. Every single one of them was blue, as if each one stored an ocean. Heart of the sea. It looks like your pavilion is being very cordial this time. Ruyan chuckled after seeing the contents inside. A heart of the sea was an exceedingly rare gem in Heaven's spirit. They were precious and could be used like refined jades. Each one could be traded for a large amount of jades. A box full of these gems was a very extravagant showing. Anyone else would be quite impressed, but not Li Qie. He didn't give the gems a second glance before looking at the third elder with a smile. It looks like your pavilion has something to ask of me. Allow me to speculate. If I'm not mistaken, you want to invite me to replenish your ancestor's life. Li Qiye smiled after stating this conclusion. How did you know, young noble? The third elder was taken aback after hearing this. If this wasn't a matter discussed only by the highest echelons of the pavilion, he would have thought that some disciples had leaked it. Just a guess. Li Qiye leisurely explained, your pavilion wouldn't be this enthusiastic unless you needed my help. Your sect has no lack of treasures and merit laws, so that's out of the question. As for recruitment, this probability isn't high either. You don't lack talents. Moreover, I have massacred billions of sea demons, so recruiting me would be harmful to the pavilion's reputation. He concluded, ultimately, the only thing I have that is worthy of your pavilion's attention is my supreme alchemy. I replenished the peacock tree's life, so your pavilion is tempted as well. Incredible. The elder praised, your mind is very meticulous, worthy of admiration. He bowed his head. There was no need to hide anything after all that had been said, so he continued, it is just as you have said, our pavilion wants to invite you to perform your peerless alchemy to prolong our ancestors' life. As for the payment, you just need to say the word, everything is negotiable. Ruyan and Jiancher didn't interject. They knew Li Qiye was capable of this task, but he wouldn't do so very easily. Li Qiye gently shook his head, I'm not interested. I don't want to replenish anyone's life right now. Even if someone is willing to pay handsomely, I still won't do it. The elder quickly added, but young noble, you have done it for the peacock tree. Li Qiye laughed in response, I didn't do so for the payment or because I owed the tree something, I did it because it has been protecting the human race. That alone is enough. The elder busily pressed on, everything is on the table if you can renew our ancestors' life. Li Qiye replied with a grin, I don't need anything. I do not lack treasures or wealth. Since this is the case, why should I perform something as demanding as life replenishment? It is a heaven-defying matter. Even though I don't really care about the villainous heaven's opinion, your payment isn't worth my time. Young noble, you should reconsider. The elder still didn't give up. He handed Li Qiye a list and said, as long as you are willing to try, it doesn't matter if you are successful or not, we will pay you well. If successful, we can let you pick a sea god's weapon and merit law. Both the girls were moved after hearing this. These items were very precious, even for a sea god's lineage. The pavilion had 3 sea gods, so they possessed more than just a few weapons and merit laws. However, these items were still prized artifacts for their lineage. None of these great powers would ever use items of this level for trade unless there was no other choice. Who put the prodigal son in charge? Now that's more interesting. Li Qiye smiled after the elder revealed his cards. Among your ancestors, few are worthy of your lineage offering this much in exchange for life replenishment. Ancestors were indeed valuable, but not to the level of trading ancestral weapons and merit laws for their lives. The elder hastily said, as long as young noble Li is willing, everything is negotiable. Actually, there is only one person who is worthy of this high price. Li Qiye smiled and continued, the person whose life you are trying to prolong must be old hallowed, correct? How do you know that? The third elder's expression drastically changed as he tumbled backward. Li Qiye smirked in response, just calculated it with my fingers, that's all. Outside of the old man that you all call the hallowed ancestor, no one else is worth a sea god's weapon and merit law. To do so for anyone else would be a waste, a form of disrespect towards the forefathers. Yes, the only exception is the hallowed ancestor. Chapter 13:15, Hallowed Ancestor, your hallowed ancestor is still alive. Ruyan and Jiancher were astonished as well. The elder awkwardly laughed. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he said, his venerable is still alive, but he isn't interacting with the rest of the world. There was no doubt that their hallowed ancestor had been sealed this whole time in order to allow him to live until now. Li Qiye faintly smiled and said, "He won't live for much longer despite being sealed. 2 sea gods have helped him in this process, but in the end, one cannot escape death." The elder sighed at this comment. Unpleasant as it may be, it was the truth. Jianshi was amazed. "I have heard my elders talk about the hallowed ancestor before. He was the Tao protector of 2 generations of sea gods. The hallowed ancestor was the most powerful and oldest existence in the 7 martial pavilion. Even in the entire heaven spirit world, he was still one of the most supreme characters. When it came to the pavilion, many knew about the 7 great styles, the strongest techniques of the pavilion. They believed no one knew all 7, but this was far from the truth. Their 3 sea gods all understood the 7 styles. The reason why their main successor, the 7 sea goddess, was so famous was because she also knew the 7 styles. Rumor has it that she was the only one who could claim this honor in the pavilion at this moment. The truth was that there was another person outside of the goddess, and he was much more powerful and terrorizing compared to her. It was the hallowed ancestor. "I heard your ancestor once challenged an immortal emperor with his 7 styles." Ruyan became curious. Li Qiye found the topic amusing, so he answered before the elder could, that he did. After understanding the 7 styles, he believed he was invincible and challenged immortal Emperor Yanshi. At that time, the young emperor didn't have the heavens will just yet, but it still ended in the ancestor's defeat. Despite losing, he could still hold his head high. Being only several hundred years older than the emperor, he had yet to reach his peak. The elder stared at him earnestly. "Young nobly, what do you think now? Our pavilion sincerely wants to work with you. If you still think that these conditions are not suitable, you can state your own demands." The elder put on a pitiful posture, letting Li Qiye do whatever he wanted. This was to say that Li Qiye could name whatever price he wanted. It was the pavilion displaying their sincerity in this deal for Li Qiye to see. "Same as before, I'm not interested." Li Qiye was unmoved and refused with a grin. This attitude from Li Qiye was quite a headache for the elder. Anyone else would have already agreed to such favorable conditions, but Li Qiye was completely indifferent. The elder composed himself once more and continued, "Young nobly, you can pick any treasure from our pavilion as long as the life renewal is successful. Moreover, the hallowed ancestor will be your Tao protector and shield as you become the immortal emperor." The 2 girls were moved this time. The immortal throne was an incomparable temptation that no one could resist. Claiming that he would protect a human for the throne was a bold and seemingly blustering statement. However, it was different for the hallowed ancestor. He had protected 2 sea gods before, so his strength was beyond doubt. Furthermore, he was experienced in this endeavor. With his protection, as long as the genius was strong enough, the possibility of them becoming immortal emperor was quite high. Li Qiye only chuckled at this new condition. Jianshi, on the other hand, made a suggestion. "Elder, you might as well have your 7 sea goddess follow young noble. It would be a formidable alliance." Ruyan chimed in with a smile, "That's not a bad idea, marrying the goddess to young noble. The descendant of an immortal emperor and a sea goddess will have matchless talents. Plus, you will become family, so it would be a matter of course for young noble to renew your ancestor's life." The elder didn't respond right away. He took his time musing this idea. It really wasn't a bad proposal at all. A match between an immortal emperor and a sea goddess was perfect. More importantly, Li Qiye had an imperial bloodline. If he were to become an immortal emperor, this bloodline would become even more precious. Their offspring would bring a golden age to the pavilion, and the bloodline of their descendants would undergo an unprecedented evolution. Chapter 13-16, The Transaction. The elder grew indecisive under the egging of the 2 girls. He glanced at Li Qiye several times in the meantime while pondering. Eventually, he spoke, "Schoolmasters, I don't have the authority to make a decision regarding your proposal, but I can talk to the ancestors about it once I return. In fact, this suggestion had left his heart thumping fast. Judging by Li Qia's performance, he really did have the aptitude to become an immortal emperor. However, Meng Zhentian's current prestige was too strong. However, if their hallowed ancestor were to become Li Qia's Dao protector and help him survive the difficult parts, he really would have a chance to compete against Meng Zhentian. Meng Zhentian's strength was undeniable, but it was not as if the younger generation couldn't surpass him. What they lacked was time. If a true overlord was willing to stop Meng Zhentian to buy time for the youths, then the heavens might have a different master. Moreover, the marriage between an immortal emperor and a sea goddess was too promising to be left out. The truth was that the pavilion had thought about working together with Meng Zhentian as well. The problem was that he was too powerful. The person in charge of the alliance and the overarching situation would be Meng Zhentian, not the pavilion. At that time, there was a chance of them giving away a bride yet still losing an army on top of it. Well, regardless of the situation, we can't trade our 7 styles. The elder shook his head. If that's the case, then I can only say that this is quite regrettable. Li Qia waved his sleeve and said, "The problem is not on my end but yours." He continued on with a smile, "If I refuse to save your ancestor, you can say that I am cruel and emotionless. That's a reasonable statement to make. However, the truth is that I have agreed, it is your side that won't accept. Thus, you can't blame me for what happens, it's your problem now." The elder found himself stuck at an impasse and didn't know what to say. "You can reconsider, I still have some time. Don't keep me waiting though, I'll be leaving Heaven Spirit eventually." Li Qia smiled. The helpless third elder had to bid farewell to Li Qia. "I'll go back and discuss your demand with the ancestors." With that, he reluctantly left. There was nothing else to negotiate since the 7 styles was absolutely not up for trade. After he left, Li Qia looked at the 2 girls and said, "Pretty grand scheme the 2 of you had earlier." Jianshi smiled awkwardly with her head hanging low like a young wife. Ruyan, on the other hand, was still very playful. "It is mutually beneficial. If the martial goddess can ascend and you become the immortal emperor, your marriage would be a match made in heaven." She grew even bolder and charmingly smiled, "Young noble, you have been allied with our 3 schools for generations. If you become an emperor with a sea goddess as your imperial queen, our schools can bask in your glory as well, right?" Li Qia chuckled after hearing this. He didn't mind their attempt at all. Of course, they had their own opinions about trying to match Li Qia with the 7 sea goddess. Jianshi eventually lifted her head and asked, "Young noble, do you really want to replenish the hallowed ancestor's life?" "Oh. It looks like the 2 of you think very highly of the 7 sea goddess. Do you really want to see her ascend?" Li Qia batted his eyes and smiled. "I just want to help you marry a sea goddess." Ruyan winked back with a charming smile. "We have met the Sea Shield Prince and 7 sea goddess before." Unlike Ruyan, who was rather sly, Jianshi was frank and sincere, would rather have the 7 sea goddess as the victor. "We don't have an optimistic view on the Sea Shield Prince, at least with respect to Heaven Spirit and our Void Imperfection schools." Chapter 13-17, Lithotody Overlord's second provocation. Jianshi said in a serious manner, "We don't think highly of the prince not because of his talents, but rather his ambition for expansion." Her gentle eyes looked over at Li Qia as she revealed her thoughts. Sea gods and immortal emperors are different. Even if an emperor comes from Heaven Spirit, they won't necessarily stay here, but a sea god will always return. Sea gods will rise and fall here. The ambition of an emperor is the entire 9 worlds, while a sea god's is limited to Heaven Spirit. The other locations, to them, are only fleeting visits. If the prince were to become the next sea god, his impact would be much greater than the 7 sea goddess. Many charming spirits would prefer to see her win. To be honest, we have a good personal relationship with the 7 sea goddess. Ruyan chuckled and winked at Li Chia like a seductive temptress. Her charms sunk straight into the heart as she smiled. For both personal and business reasons, we want to see a sea goddess in the future. After hearing this, Li Chia smiled in response. She is so young yet well versed in the 7 styles, this means that her chance of success is quite high. However, that's the business of herself and the pavilion, it has nothing to do with me. They just need to give me the 7 styles and I'll replenish the hallowed ancestor's life. Jianshi emotionally sighed. The 7 styles, she knew that such a trade was simply impossible. The pavilion would never trade the 7 styles to anyone. I heard the 7 styles actually came from the Tao scripture. Ruyan became quite curious and smiled. Young noble, what do you think? You seductress, don't try to pry it from me. Li Chia smiled then glared at her. I don't have an opinion on this matter. But you really want the 7 styles? I actually thought that you were trying to collect parts of the Tao scripture. Ruyan wasn't afraid of Li Chia. Tao scripture, eh? Li Chia replied with great amusement, many things aren't just legends, but yes, the 7 styles are indeed very tempting. Ruyan softly asked, must you have the 7 styles? Little girl, you are mistaken. If I was determined to get it, it would be in my hands right now. For me, it is only a little interesting, not to the point where I must have it. The 2 girls didn't comment further. They understood that the 7 styles had always been a highly coveted item for millions of years. People's mouths would start to water whenever they thought about it. After Li Chia killed the 5 generals, many thought that the Lithodity overlord would avoid him. After all, Li Chia was basking in the spotlight on top of being a very ferocious genius that was always ready to massacre an entire clan or sect. However, the overlord unexpectedly did not avoid Li Chia at all. On the other hand, he held a public feast while maintaining a bright demeanor. He invited many experts and young geniuses to this party. Moreover, it was held at the War Cliff, not far away from the Bone Sea. To remember and celebrate the glory and accolades of the ancestors after coming here. The overlord gave this reason for the celebration. This public feast left everyone with different interpretations and opinions. Someone who understood him explained, Li Chia is a monster, but the same is true for the overlord. He views Li Chia as prey and won't give up until the hunt is over. This overlord likes a challenge and a certain amount of risk in his conquest. He basks in success after making a trophy out of his victims. In recent years, he has killed many characters stronger than Li Chia, and now, Li Chia's head is his new target. Even if he has to throw away everything, he will not give up. After hearing this news, a sect master slowly said, the War Cliff is very close to the Bone Sea. I think Li Chia's group has to go through it first. Is he really picking the War Cliff as the location for the feast just out of remembrance and to honor the ancestors? I think he is trying to lure Li Chia in. A sea demon was certain. People always say that this overlord is a huge deviant. If he could cut off Li Chia's head in front of everyone, it might be the most pleasurable thing in his life. It would be one of his biggest achievements for sure. He's quite brave, but does he have the strength to kill Li Chia? Plus, Li Chia might not even go to the War Cliff. Some were full of curiosity. Of course, some felt distressed as well, such as the ones that were invited by the overlord to this celebration. A few of them didn't want to get into this kind of trouble. In their eyes, both Li Chia and the overlord were too ruthless, they wanted no part in this. However, if they didn't accept the invitation, the overlord might hold a grudge against them. Once they were there, it would be good if the overlord could kill Li Chia. However, if he couldn't and Li Chia massacred everyone there in anger, it would be quite a miserable fate for them. Who knows who will win? The blatant provocation made people suddenly smell the stench of blood. The overlord is someone who never conducts himself in a righteous manner, he has no scruples about the methods he deploys. He is not an ordinary expert or genius. Those people require face and their conduct revolves around it, but not the overlord. I'm sure he has ways of killing Li Qie even if he is weaker. He has never failed before, so he must have something up his sleeves before deciding to make such a grandiose move. A heavenly king of the sea demon race analyzed the situation. What a ruthless man. Some actually felt admiration for him. It was common knowledge that the overlord was unlikely to become the next sea god. His shortcomings were very obvious compared to the Sea Shield Prince and Seven Sea Goddess. Of course, he had no ambition to become the next sea god either. He enjoyed the sensation of the hunt and the thrill of killing even more. Because of this, he had a bad reputation for being a deviant in the Dragon Demon Sea. Li Qie also received this news. Ruyan told Li Qie right away after hearing about it, that Lithotadi Overlord is holding a banquet at the War Cliff. A very brave man. Li Qie smiled, still daring to show his face in this situation. What exceptional courage. He might be declaring war on you, young noble. Jianshi slightly frowned. He must have prepared more traps at the War Cliff and is waiting for you to jump in. Not might, he is for sure. Ruyan chuckled. He knows that he has no chance of becoming a sea god, so he is using these gimmicks to raise his own prestige. Instead of calling him a pervert, it is more apt to say he has an inferiority complex. If he was a truly ferocious character, he would be challenging the Sea Shield Prince's group and mercilessly force himself to become a sea god. Alas, he doesn't even have the courage to face the challenge head-on. How can people think of him as being ruthless? Knowing that it is impossible yet still choosing to do it, that is true ruthlessness to oneself. Such eloquence. Li Qie laughed right away. Reaching the throne and becoming a sea god indeed requires courage and ruthlessness. Doing the impossible, this has always been a driving force for cultivators along their endless road. I am elated to hear your praise. She gave a charming smile that pulled at the heartstrings. Are you going, young noble? Jianshi was much more dignified and graceful compared to the demoness. Of course, why wouldn't I? Li Qie happily answered. He is someone who is certain of victory, the type I like to crush the most. I will trample on his confidence and make him drown in despair before sending him to his miserable end, a descent from joy to nothingness. Young noble, you are the real pervert here. Ruyan shot out a seductive glance capable of stealing away souls. Li Qie laughed and commanded, go, to the War Cliff. The boat of the Evil Devourer school headed straight for the cliff. This didn't go unnoticed. The crowd knew that this was the prelude to the play. Two monsters. One who is completely undeterred by danger while the other must have a successful hunt. A sea demon commented, this will be a splendid show. The result is uncertain, so it will certainly be exciting. I won't miss this for anything. Some followed right after the boat, anxious to watch the fun. Chapter 13:18, Swiftdow Celestial God. The War Cliff was relatively close to the Bone Sea. Fierce waves slammed against the cliff in a relentless manner. Cliffs emerged one after another from the sea. Each of them had different cracks and varying amounts of damage. Some had been severed in two while others were in shambles, and even more were pierced through completely while some were pried open. Today, the cold seawater didn't give these cliffs any breaks, as if they were recalling the terrifying war of past. Rumor has it that this place used to be a complete mountain with lush vegetation. Even though it wasn't considered a continent, it was the home for many cultivators. However, a war occurred and ravaged this land. The remnants of this fierce battle rendered this land uninhabitable. The main character of this war back then was the Regal Valley's progenitor, the Lithotadi sea god. After those war-torn days, he managed to establish his unshakable position. At the beginning of his generation, the Trident accepted the Bloodshark sovereign. Later on, it abandoned him for some unknown reasons and accepted Lithotadi instead. Because of this, a new chapter was written for this existence. Of course, being accepted by the Trident didn't mean that they became a sea god right away. The user must train and experience tribulations. Only when they were truly standing at the peak and able to use the laws of sea gods would they be considered a real deity. Before grasping the laws of the sea, one wasn't considered a sea god even with the trident. They were only candidates at best. In fact, these candidates had been forcibly replaced many times. This was how the second sea god of the seven martial pavilion came to be. The tales told that in the beginning, the trident didn't accept this particular successor of the pavilion. However, the pavilion was too heaven-defying and nurtured a successor with mighty power. He used supreme means to suppress the trident while killing the current candidate. This candidate was formidable as well, especially when he had control of the trident. Alas, he still wasn't a sea god at that point and couldn't exert the trident's true power without the accompanying laws. In the end, the pavilion was able to subdue the trident and kill the current candidate. At the same time, its successor created a supreme grand Tao with his matchless momentum and pure bloodline. Ultimately, he was accepted by the trident and proceeded to master the sea god laws to become an invincible sea god. This was the famous deep blue sea god, the second of the seven martial pavilion. There were 8 levels on this path: Tao Child, Tao Master, Tao Sovereign, Celestial Mortal, Celestial General, Celestial God, Emperor Reserve, and Emperor Candidate. When a cultivator was on this path, they must create a grand Tao that belonged to themselves. At the Celestial Mortal level, their grand Tao could begin to feel the power of the heavens' will. At the Emperor Reserve level, their grand Tao would be accepted by the heavens' will. This was in preparation to obtain it in the future. At the Emperor Candidate level, the Great War for the heavens would begin. It was easy to see how unfathomable he was to reach the Celestial God level at the age of 16. Of course, this was partly due to the merit laws from the Swift Tao's sacred ground, but it shouldn't diminish the involvement of his peerless talents. The Lithodidi overlord personally came out to greet him with great enthusiasm. He said with a smile while cupping his fists, "The arrival of the celestial god is an honor for this lowly one as well as our regal valley." The Swift Tao god, on his small boat, nodded his head without standing up and slowly said, "I am passing by on my way to the Bone Sea. After receiving Brother Lithodidi's invitation, I've decided to stay for a bit." The overlord was much older than the celestial god, but he didn't dare to posture in front of him. He busily received him with a beaming expression. "That's the celestial god." Many people were relieved. Regardless of what happens next, the overlord wouldn't dare to act recklessly, and Li Chia wouldn't attack the celestial god either. In fact, the celestial god was very respected, especially by the younger generation. They had high hopes for him. In the view of many people, he actually had a good chance of competing for the heavens will against Meng Zhentian. Although they didn't know his current realm, they were aware that he was a celestial god at 16 years of age. Many speculated that it was likely for him to be at the Emperor Reserve level. Coupled with the unparalleled merit laws of the Swift Tao's sacred ground, he could catch up to Meng Zhentian as long as he had another 3 to 5 years. Chapter 13:19, Attending the banquet. The majority of the guests came to greet him. Both the young geniuses and older experts respectfully addressed him as Celestial God. He was the one granting them solace from this stressful event. No matter how much trouble the overlord was about to bring, he wouldn't dare to go overboard. The overlord prepared a platform close to the sea surface above the war cliff. However, after the celestial god's arrival, not too many were sitting there. The celestial god remained on his small boat and maintained a certain distance from the overlord. Since he didn't sit down, the others didn't dare to take a seat either. They all stayed on their own boats. In fact, this was only an excuse. No one wanted to be close to the crazy overlord. Who knows what he was about to do? Of course, the overlord didn't care. He drank his wine in a carefree manner. This feast was only a means to an end. He commanded his disciples to serve the guests with wine and food while sitting alone on his platform. After several courses were served, he found that the time was about right. He stood up and raised his cup while looking at the guests, today, it is our honor to be graced with everyone's presence. As a junior thinking about the supreme prestige of my ancestors, I find that I will never be able to achieve what they achieved in an entire lifetime. I salute everyone for celebrating their deeds. Remember, no matter the generation, the sea gods will always be protecting our sea demon race. The others stood up and raised their cups in response. Even though many were forced to attend, they had to give him some face in this situation. Only the celestial god didn't stand up. He simply sat there and saluted back. "Finish your drinks, everyone." The overlord enthusiastically shouted after finishing his fervent speech. The rest quickly downed their cups. They all wanted to be done with this feast as soon as possible. Of course, they were wondering why Wuxia hadn't come yet. How can I not come for a drink as well when such a nice feast is taking place? A leisurely voice sounded right when everyone put down their cups. "Fierce is here." Someone shouted but then busily covered their mouth. The crowd turned around and saw the boat from the Evil Devourer school stopping at the border of the war cliff. Wuxia walked off the boat, accompanied by Lu Ruyan. The overlord was not surprised to see Wuxia. He was actually all smiles as he quickly walked up to greet them. "The Evil Devourer schoolmaster is here too." Some people felt even more relieved after seeing Lu Ruyan. With her and the Swift Dao god present, nothing too crazy should happen. An old sea demon quietly voiced his disagreement: "The sky will turn over if the overlord doesn't go crazy." After becoming the Regal Valley master, he even killed his master, a high elder of the sect, just because he desired his master's wife. His father, the old valley master, tried to stop him, but he killed his father as well. Rumors outside say that they died from illness, but this is something many in the valley know about. He's a madman. Just watch, he'll do something insane for sure. A disciple from the Regal Valley whispered with the lowest volume. Only his peers could hear him. Wuxia's arrival prompted many guests to quietly move their ships back in preparation for the inevitable madness from the overlord. "Greetings, Brother Li and Schoolmaster Lu. This is indeed an honor." The overlord personally greeted Wuxia with great enthusiasm. Many people found his cheerful expression surprising. Everyone knew that his 5 generals were killed by Wuxia. The overlord naturally knew this as well, but he acted as if nothing had happened. What a strange man, ordinary people can't do this. Another quietly spoke while looking at the overlord acting polite and respectful towards Wuxia. After his 5 generals ambushed Wuxia, everyone could guess that it was him who paid the sky-high bounty for Wuxia's life. But now, he was acting as if they were old friends. It was a very disconcerting spectacle. He led Wuxia and Lu Ruyan to the platform. Wuxia only smiled to this hospitality while sitting down. Many people were in awe to see Wuxia up there. As long as one wasn't too stupid, they would understand that this feast was not as simple as it seems. No one would want to sit up there, but Wuxia didn't give a damn and showed off his arrogance despite knowing that it was a trap. Just how bold and courageous was this? Even the Swift Dao god stared at Wuxia in a profound manner. He also wanted to see what Wuxia would do to overturn the tide. Wuxia sat down and leisurely asked, "Lithodity Overlord, do you not know or are you pretending?" The overlord was caught off guard after hearing this. "Brotherly, what are you talking about?" The guests watched this conversation with bated breaths. Wuxia smilingly explained, "Have you not heard? A few days ago, I killed 5 people known to be your generals. Are you not aware of this? Is that true?" The overlord was in disbelief. "My generals were sent to patrol the frontier of the Regal Valley, they couldn't have possibly appeared here." Wuxia burst out in laughter at this point. "Is that so? Then me killing them is really a big coincidence. Well, I could have gotten the wrong people, but what does everyone else think? I don't know anything about this since I've been busy worshipping my ancestors for the last few days. I haven't inquired about the matters of the sect." Having said that, he shouted, attendant. What actually happened? An old man walked out after hearing the loud question. He looked at the overlord and then Li Chia, not knowing how to answer. The overlord lowered his tone, I've been offering incense and burning ceremonial papers in private recently. When I'm not in control, you have full authority. Tell me, what actually happened? Were the 5 generals killed? The guests glanced at each other after hearing this play by the overlord and thought that he was really too much. My lord, well, about this, the attendant stammered while looking at the overlord, he couldn't form a coherent sentence. Fury sparked in the overlord's eyes as he coldly uttered, what happened? Tell me now. Under the erupting aura of the overlord, this attendant quivered and suddenly kneeled on the ground, my lord, this is because I was confused and foolish. I noticed that someone had put a high bounty for young noble Li's life on the black market. I suddenly got greedy while you were busy with the filial ceremonies. I used your seal to command the 5 generals to ambush young noble Li. My lord, please spare my life, I was only momentarily blinded by greed, please spare me. He slammed his head on the ground while begging for mercy. Many of the guests sneered at this scene. The overlord was only finding a scapegoat, who would actually believe this performance? You fool! The overlord's eyes lit up with a frightening brilliance, sending false orders is an unforgivable sin. Having said that, he reached for the attendant. My lord, spare, this attendant couldn't finish his sentence before the overlord twisted his neck off, letting blood spurt everywhere. He died with his eyes wide open since it was an indignant death. This wasn't how things were supposed to go down. The overlord put the skull into a wooden box and handed it to Li Chia, brotherly, I have offed his head. I hate deceivers the most. Some sneered after seeing this. A few guests felt disdain towards this act, but no one said anything. After all, the overlord killed his own people and it was none of their business. Is that so? Li Chia only smiled. The overlord lifted the lower section of his robe and kneeled on the ground. He spoke in a serious manner, brotherly, you are a hero in the contemporary, I have always admired you and would like to view you as a brother. Even though I am not the culprit, I am still responsible for being too lax with my subordinates. Here, I kneel before you to apologize. People were stunned by this act. No one knew why he was resorting to this method. Keep in mind that he was the sect master of a sea god's lineage. Someone of his prestigious status would never kneel so easily before people. For these sect masters, they would rather die before kneeling and admitting their mistakes. But now, the overlord was prostrating, how could people not be dumbfounded? Chapter 13:20. The overlord's scheme. People were looking silly due to this unbelievable spectacle. An overlord of a region kneeled so easily. Others would rather have their legs cut off before kneeling, but not the overlord. Everyone wanted to see how Li Chia would deal with this. Really now? Li Chia only smiled in response. I know brotherly won't trust me. The overlord sincerely responded, people say that a man has gold under his knees. Even though I didn't give the order, it is true that I'm still at fault, so I am kneeling to apologize. However, this might not appease you completely, so I'll sever one hand to show my sincerity. Whoosh! The overlord instantly tore off his left arm. Blood sprayed everywhere as the overlord placed his severed hand on the table. The overlord didn't even bat an eye as he earnestly asked, has your anger subsided, brotherly? This actually shocked the crowd, they stared at the overlord in astonishment. Even though cultivators could recreate their bodies when they reached a particular cultivation, the process was costly and required the use of longevity blood. Thus, the stronger a cultivator, the more they cherished their own body. What's more was that for a master, losing one's arm was extremely humiliating. If an enemy were to cut off their arm, it would be an irreconcilable feud. A few started to waver before this submissive display. Could it be that the whole thing had nothing to do with the overlord and the culprit was just his attendant who wanted the bounty? Those who had a better understanding of him snorted instead. They knew just how devious the overlord was, so it wasn't so simple to deceive them. Li Chia smiled after seeing the severed arm, so you really don't know? The overlord swore, if I knew about it, it would have never happened. I admire you like the endless sea, so how could I do such a heartless thing? If I told half a lie, then let the heavens send down its thunder. Li Chia kept on smiling after hearing the vow. Ruyan's expression was hidden behind her veil so no one could see it. However, a happy spark flashed in her eyes. The overlord raised his voice, if Brother Li still doesn't believe me and think that I am the mastermind behind all of this, then just have my head to get rid of your anger and enmity. If Brother Li could discard this hatred, then my death would be worth it. Having said that, he stretched out his neck so that Li Chia could wring it off. Even more people were persuaded by this display and began to believe his words. The skeptical crowd simply chuckled without commenting. Eventually, Li Chia happily said, since you have gone this far, I will believe that this wasn't carried out by you. Forget about it. The overlord hastily stated, Brother Li, you are a magnanimous and benevolent man for which I am grateful to the point of tears. No matter what, this was my fault for not properly disciplining my underlings. I'll bow my head again as an apology. After that, he got down to the ground again and bowed with his head, hitting the ground 3 times with force. At this point, some believed him and felt that both his words and actions were full of sincerity. Such flexibility and ruthlessness, this kind of person will always be successful. Among the guests, an older cultivator quietly voiced his praise with a sigh. A few saw that Li Chia had accepted the explanation and whispered, Li Chia might be fierce, but he is still too inexperienced. Sooner or later, he'll suffer because of this. After everything was settled, the overlord let the servants bring up his finest wine and poured a cup. Spilling blood during this celebration must have ruined your vibe, Brother Li. I will drink 3 cups to apologize. Having said that, he drank 3 cups in quick succession. After the gesture, he poured some for Li Chia and Lu Ruyan before happily smiling, a toast for Brother Li and Schoolmaster Lu as well as the wise sages of this world. I wish that you will be able to reach the peak and obtain the heaven's will in the future. Li Chia smiled and drank without commenting. Lu Ruyan also did the same. The overlord filled their cups once more for another toast, the entire banquet glows with your presence. Please have another cup, everyone. The slightly unwilling guests raised their cups as well. After several rounds from the overlord, Ruyan said, my tolerance isn't great, I'll be leaving first. But the moment she got up, she tumbled and fell back in her chair while shouting, my blood energy has been blocked. What's wrong? Li Chia busily came over to help her up, but the same thing happened when he tried to stand up. He blurted, there's poison in the wine. Many guests were shocked after seeing the two and quickly channeled their blood energies. However, they found it to be unobstructed. They were relieved to find that their bodies were perfectly fine. It was you. Li Chia slumped in his chair and pointed at the overlord while being both frightened and angry. Li, even if you are fierce, you will still have to drink my feet-washing water soon. So what if you are strong? Your boat has capsized. The overlord smugly laughed. Impossible, the wine was clearly fine, how were we poisoned? Lu Ruyan was astounded. The overlord was very pleased with himself and laughed, yes, the wine was fine. If I poisoned the wine, it would have been hard to hide it from you, so I only added a bit of a sinister dragon saliva. It will only make the wine taste even more delicious. This saliva isn't poisonous at all, but the two of you are sitting on a chair made out of shadow wood. When the fragrance of this wood is mixed with a sinister dragon saliva, it will turn into a dangerous poison, devoiding cultivators of their blood energy and power. I'm sure you didn't expect this method at all. The overlord grew complacent as he guffawed. Saliva of a sinister dragon and shadow wood. People were surprised to hear this. A sinister dragon was a very powerful sea creature in heaven's spirit. Both its saliva and the shadow wood were very precious items. It must have cost a sky-high price for him to obtain both. You. Everything you said earlier was lies. You were the culprit. Li Qiye kept on pointing at the overlord in amazement. Ha 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 ha, yes, I'm the mastermind behind everything. The overlord loudly laughed. That attendant was only a scapegoat. Just a bit of goading from me and someone as arrogant as you would come, so I prepared the bait. Geniuses like you think you're superior and smarter than others. I just needed to kneel and play my part. This might be humiliating for others, but I never valued that kind of reputation. The method doesn't matter as long as I can achieve my purpose. I simply wanted to make you two drop your guard. I didn't expect for it to work so quickly. Capturing the both of you right now will save me a lot of effort. He felt quite proud of his plan. Ruyan shouted in response, you dare to do this in front of everyone? This was met with a manic laughter from the overlord, so what? This is only dealing with a personal vendetta. Many cultivators cherish their reputation, but I don't care what others call me. A scoundrel? A madman? So be it. Even if the world knows that I have used a despicable method to kill the two of you, so what? They can keep on calling me shameless. Plus, if everyone knows that I am the one to torture Li Qiye to death, it would be an even greater accomplishment. Yes, watch me kill my prey, it will only make the process even more satisfying. His eyes shot out an excited glint. Chapter 13:21, Skeletal Legion. Many people looked around after hearing this. Cultivators trod a thin line between life and death on a daily basis. Among them were many bad people and villains. But once they reached a certain level, they would cherish their reputation, especially the experts with great status, they would be much more prideful. Even a devil king, once strong enough, would look down on using despicable means against his enemies. They preferred directly suppressing and slaughtering their enemies. Few cultivators would use poisons, it was much rarer than assassinations. But now, the Lithodity overlord employed such a despicable method in front of the world and even took pride in it. This astonished many of the spectators. They didn't expect for the play to develop like this since some actually believed his apology earlier. Those who understood him weren't surprised at all. They only snorted as they had seen him do abnormal things like this before. Ruyan warned in all seriousness, don't forget that my school's disciples are right outside. The overlord laughed in response, Schoolmaster Lu, you have nothing to worry about. As long as you are in my hands, your disciples won't dare to do anything. Plus, I'll only be taking Li Qiye's dog life, there's no need for us to become enemies. If you want, wait until I kill Li Qiye, then I'll take you outside. Of course, if you refuse, it's not like I'm afraid of you. I have ways to deal with your disciples if they want to break in. He revealed a devious smile at this point, but you need to think about the consequences of opposing me. I have heard of your peerless charm before. If you don't listen, I will keep you captive and educate you to become my sex slave. At that time, you will be as obedient as a child and become my woman. The Void Imperfection 3 schools won't have anything to say then either, he laughed crazily with an evil glare. People took deep breaths after hearing this. One of them murmured, he is really a mad pervert, he's willing to do just about anything. Isn't this enough gloating? At this time, Li Qiye, who was slumped in his chair, smiled. Heh, it is just beginning. Wait a bit, I'll make you wish for death, the overlord showed a cruel smile. I kind of hope someone could make me taste such despair. Unfortunately, I have yet to meet them. At the very least, an ant like you won't be able to. With that, Li Qiye sat straight again. Lu Ruyan did the same and laughed. Your words from earlier are more than enough to justify my Void Imperfection 3 schools mobilizing to destroy your regal valley, but I believe someone else wants to take your dog life more than me. How can this be? The overlord's expression shifted after seeing the two sitting up straight. He quickly staggered backward. Ruyan smiled, "You were playing in the mud in some remote corner while I dabbled in poisons. I stopped with such trickeries at the age of 7, only a fool like you would boast about such lowly means." Li Qiye simply chuckled. He cultivated the void imperfection physique, so it would be strange if this level of poison could affect him. The overlord's expression turned ugly as he asked, You two were just pretending?" Li Qiye slightly grinned, "I was just playing along so that I can see your most complacent and smug moment before stomping you down to the ground and shattering your confidence, your hope so that you can taste the sensation of despair and defeat." The situation reversed once more to the astonishment of the crowd. Many didn't expect for these two to be pretending as well. Only the swift Tao god calmly drank his wine without being surprised at all. The overlord suddenly flashed and disappeared. He emerged again on top of a cliff and laughed, "Li, I also didn't think poison could take you down, but since you are here today, it's more than enough, rumble." With that, water pillars sprouted around the platform. Each pillar had been refined and reinforced with terrifying flashing runes. The swift Tao god commanded, "Retreat." His small boat rushed out of the war cliff like an arrow. The other guests did the same and observed from a distance. Fortunately for them, they understood just how devious the overlord was, so they were cautious. Otherwise, if they were to sit on the platform, they would have fallen into this trap as well. More splashes came about. The water pillars seemed to turn the area into an ancient battlefield, and the platform was the center with Li Qiye and Lu Ruyan on top. An ancient battlefield, Li Qiye watched the brilliance gushing from the platform. Of course, the overlord wasn't capable of creating such a war zone. This was something left behind by his ancestors. "Li, my ancestors back then slaughtered millions in a single battle, establishing an eternal prestige. The two of you have been trapped in this ancient battlefield, don't even dream about escaping." The overlord loudly laughed. The withdrawn guests darted their eyes around and secretly praised their good fortune. Someone even murmured, "It's good that the swift Tao god was here so that we didn't have to sit on the platform or else he would have trapped us all." Li Qiye was too lazy to take another glance at the battlefield before responding, "Your ancestors established an eternal prestige here because they were indeed capable characters. As for you, an ant is all you amount to." In fact, Li Qiye didn't place this battlefield in his sight. It had been used by the Lithodidi sea god. It was once powerful, but after the previous battle, its strength had greatly diminished due to the great damage it suffered. Keep on running your mouth while you still can. In just a moment, you'll wish you were dead. The overlord took out a conch-like item. Woo, he blew the conch. The sound echoed across the region. It was mighty with a majestic and murderous aura. A sea demon paragon recognized the conch and exclaimed, "That's the divine sea conch of the Lithodidi sea god." Splash! 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 Something incredible happened. Skeletons started to climb out of the sea after hearing the conch. Their bodies exuded dazzling lights while holding rusted weapons. In the blink of an eye, formations came out alongside a murderous aura. Without a doubt, these skeletons were once part of a powerful legion when they were alive. What is that? People understood that this was an experienced legion right away and became quite frightened. After leaving the sea, this legion instantly surrounded the ancient battlefield. Not even a drop of water could get through. A conservative estimate was around 100,000. One could easily imagine how terrifying being sieged by them was. People uncontrollably shuddered while looking at the dazzling skeletons. They felt death looming over them as if they were trapped in a city of the dead. These are the members that died from the legion that followed the Lithodidi sea god back then. A sea demon was startled. The overlord is using the conch left behind by his ancestors to awaken them. At this time, many understood the overlord's intentions. He wanted to wake the regiment that was buried here in order to trap Li Qiye. This used to be a legion that fought against millions of sea demons and laid out an unshakable status for the sea god. Today, he used this ancestral conch to wake them up in order to kill Wuxia. This method was indeed ruthless enough. Wuxia glanced at the legion completely surrounding the battlefield and flatly said, "If your ancestors knew that they had such an unfilial descendant like you, they would definitely crawl out of the yellow spring to end you." The Lithodidae sea god buried his legion here and laid down a great formation to protect their spirits so that they may rest here in peace, a worthy reward for their contribution to his hegemony. But today, you made them come out. Your foolish actions shall make them forever restless. Wuxia mockingly smiled. Chapter 13:22, Cancer Divine Formation. The Overlord responded with a crazed guffaw, "The winner takes all, so save me the preaching. I am only using these trash. So long as I can kill you, so what if they will never find peace again? They are already dead, mere skeletons. They only exist to be used one last time." The spectators shuddered with chills after hearing this. They thought that his perversion was extraordinary. Woo! The Overlord blew the conch again. The skeletons began their attack under his manic laughter. "Lee, it's time to die. These skeletons are impossible to kill, they'll torture you to death." Boom! 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 Explosions came about while the legion entered the battlefield. The entire place shook under the suppression of their powerful aura. It made people wonder if the battlefield could actually withstand their force once the fight broke out, or would it be torn asunder. Someone looked at the 100,000 attacking soldiers and murmured, "A dead legion. This Overlord is too merciless, he's going against his ancestors' will of letting these heroes rest in peace. I wonder if Wuxia can stop this army of the dead." People watched in anticipation from a distance. In the face of this suppressive army, Ryan chuckled and said, "It's time for me to play." "No, it's my turn." Wuxia smiled and stood before her. A gigantic death chapter emerged as he took one step up. It crazily expanded and drowned the entire battlefield and sea. It imprinted its mark at the bottom of the sea as well as the battlefield itself. Boom! The death seal was activated. A death energy gushed out like a tsunami, making it seem like the greatest of all calamities. It engulfed this world and seemed to be alive. Individual strands from this tsunami poured into these skeletal bodies. It didn't stop there. With a clunk, the strands successfully implanted themselves. Strands of laws the size of a hair emerged from the death chapter and instantly locked onto these skeletons. Next, the death chapter returned to Wuxia's back and began to rotate. The chapter turned bright as its laws controlled the life and death of countless creatures. All of them were in Wuxia's grasp. Many heard a buzz as soul flames suddenly ignited in the eye sockets of these skeletons. The lit-up soul flames were in the color of blood. After the emergence of the soul flames, the entire legion suddenly stopped. One could hear a massive sound as they all turned at the same time under Wuxia's control. They made a circle around him, turning him into the supreme ruler of a dark kingdom. What's going on? People were astounded with their eyes wide open. Impossible! The Overlord cried out after seeing that his skeletal legion wouldn't attack Wuxia. He regained his wits and blew the conch again. However, despite his offensive signal, the skeletons didn't move at all. The conch might have been left behind by the Lithodidae sea god as a commanding seal for this dead legion, but its power over the dead was far from being comparable to the death chapter from the death scripture. Wuxia had boundless death energy and great mastery over this particular chapter, allowing him to easily control this legion of the dead. Do you know what I mean when I said they will never have peace? Wuxia faintly smiled. It means that because of you, they will become my puppets and lose the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Overlord was aghast, he didn't expect for Wuxia to have such a move. Is this an evil art? Many had this notion running in their minds. Li, you are indeed capable, but my means are beyond your imagination." The overlord regained his confidence and laughed once more. With that, he blew the conch to stir the waves. Splash! The seawater soared into the sky. Sea god runes appeared up above and moved around like blinding stars that illuminated the night. Zzz. A sharp cry resounded across the dragon-demon sea. All of the water in the sky turned into an incomparable array. This gigantic array emitted a primal aura, causing the spectators to tremble. It was as if a monster from the ancient era had awakened. At this moment, a monstrous crab appeared in the sky. Its body was made out of water and the runes of a sea god composed its skeleton. Its claws ranged for thousands of miles and could easily crush the earth. Damn, what the hell is that thing? Numerous spectators felt their legs quivering after seeing this giant crab. A royal lord shouted in horror, "It's the Cancer Divine Formation, the proudest masterpiece in the Lithotides sea god's life." Even though they looked to be right in front of them, they were in fact quite far away, just like the main space and the separated space. Boom! 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 The divine formation unleashed a strong barrage inside its tiny space. Its gigantic claws could shatter the sky vault. Even the main space began to shake. Everyone felt that if this continued, the gigantic formation would kill its way back to the main space. At this time, Li Qia's left hand pressured the main space. More spatial runes wove together. A huge portal emerged with countless coordinates inside. It seemed as if every coordinate in the 9 worlds could be found within this portal. Clang! In the blink of an eye, he locked onto a particular coordinate. With a loud bang, a portal emerged on the other end. A majestic valley appeared before everyone. It was an island in the shape of a valley with an auspicious and mighty aura. Chapter 1323, Space Control. Anyone who saw this great island would instantly know that it had experienced countless blessings. A great foundation was laid here, rendering the island untouchable. Regal Valley. The crowd exclaimed since they knew just what it was. At this time, a spatial channel was created to stretch from the war cliff all the way to the sky of this island. It was transparent and even an army of millions could travel through it at the same time. A spatial channel. An old paragon blurted out, "How can this be? A spatial channel can only be created by an immortal emperor's Tao platform on top of being powered by an incredible amount of immortal emperor refined jades. There is no way he could open one with his bare hands." A spatial channel was an advanced method of teleportation. It was used by immortal emperors to teleport their legions to the rest of the 9 worlds for expeditions. Compared to regular teleportation, this method was more direct, stable, and durable. More importantly, these passages could deliver larger objects or even an entire legion. With such a wide channel like the one Li Qia had just opened, it could transmit virtually anything. Boom! At this time, the Cancer Divine Formation finally broke through the barrier and made its way back to the main space. There we go. Li Qia noticed the incoming formation and made more spatial runes flow. The tiny space of the formation suddenly turned bright. In the blink of an eye, Li Qia performed space shifting to move the formation into the spatial channel. Boom! The attacking formation was suddenly teleported to the sky of the Regal Valley. "What are you doing?" The Overlord's expression changed into one of horror. He blew the conch and tell the formation to stop its attack. However, the formation was billions of miles away, so his order simply couldn't come through. He wanted to jump into the pathway as well, but Ryan smiled and blocked his path. "It's a bit too late to leave now. Kill her." The Overlord commanded his disciples nearby. At the same time, several ancestors rushed out to stop Ryan. Rumble. The sky quaked as the Grand Formation unleashed its attack straight towards the Regal Valley. Who dares to act impudently at the Regal Valley? The sudden attack made some ancestors in the valley retaliate. Barriers were erected instantly while experts rushed to the sky in order to stop the formation. Ah! Screams resounded left and right. All the experts rushing in the air were killed by the formation. It kept on reaching for the valley with an unstoppable momentum. Rumble. The entire valley quaked with loud explosions. The formation was too flexible, just like a living crab. It crazily destroyed everything nearby as mountains crumbled. More cries could be heard as experts fell to the might of this great formation. Boom! Once the formation reached deep enough into the valley, a mighty sea god's aura rose to the sky. A second crab rushed out. This one had a majestic aura, even stronger than the first. A second Cancer divine formation. This is the valley's ace. The people who crossed the spatial channel murmured after seeing this scene. It's time to launch the attack. Li Qie smiled as his death chapter lit up and exuded death energy. Crash! Even more skeletons climbed out of the seabed. In a short period of time, more than 1 million skeletons lined up around this region. All of them had soul flames in their eyes. The entire region seemed to be enveloped by this death energy. This gigantic army stunned everyone. The sheer number of figures made it look like this was a kingdom of the dead. This is the Legion from the Roaring Conch and the Alliance. They were buried here after dying as well. An old man who knew about the war back then immediately recognized them. Begin. Li Qie smiled and used his space removal on the Great Legion before using space shifting to move them all into the spatial pathway. In the blink of an eye, this legion was teleported to the Regal Valley. Boom! They descended from the sky above the valley right away. Such a scene was too shocking and made countless people gasp. Just imagine, 1 million skeletons abruptly showing up in one sky. This was quite a terrifying matter. The disciples from the Regal Valley were horrified. Before they could calm down, they were met with a terrible slaughter. The skeletal army acted like reapers harvesting the lives of these disciples. More screams echoed throughout the valley with blood spraying everywhere alongside beheaded skulls. One fell after another. Kill! At this time, these disciples had no choice but to shout for battle. They rushed to meet the oncoming army since there was no other way out. The spectators were astonished. The Lithotidi sea god would never have imagined that his own legion and the one he defeated would make their way into the Regal Valley to destroy his lineage. The overlord crazily howled, "Die!" His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. His disciples and several other ancestors mustered their might in order to make way for the overlord to return to the valley. However, regardless of how desperately they struggled, they couldn't break through Lu Ruyan. She was the lone gatekeeper taking down one wave of experts after another. Even the ancestors couldn't do anything under her suppression. Being unarmed didn't seem to slow her down, it only made her appear even more tyrannical. Buzz! The ancestors began to sacrifice their longevity blood for the next attack. Lu Ruyan exuded a great brilliance and opened an all-devouring black hole. Heaven Devourer Evil Physique. This was one of the 3 great immortal physiques of the Void Imperfection 3 schools. Moreover, their physique laws were quite incredible even if they were inferior to the ones from the physique scripture. More explosions came about. Even the ancestors' blood sacrifice and altars shattered, unable to handle retaliation from the powerful evil physique. In just a split second, their altars collapsed along with their bodies. Even the overlord was crushed as blood gushed out of his body. If he didn't have a sea god's weapon, he would have died under the power of this immortal physique as well. The crowd was amazed. To many, this was their first time seeing just how strong Ruyan was. The overlord was aware of the terrible situation and turned to flee. Clank! A sword hymn resounded in the sky, accompanied by a slash from another impressive physique. He was shocked at such a magnificent strike and had to use his weapon in response. Zhua Jiancher suddenly appeared before him. She cultivated the sacred spring physique, allowing her to have a boundless and majestic vitality. Even the most ordinary technique powered by this physique would be dozens or even 100 times stronger than normal. Even his sea god's weapon couldn't withstand this sky-tearing sword slash and was blown away. Clank! The fleeing overlord was nailed into a cliff. The crowd shuddered once more. Ruyan was not the only one who was powerful, since Jianshi was just about equal. Even experts like the overlord from sea god lineages couldn't contend against them. The Void Imperfection 3 schools have always been this strong. Both sea demons and charming spirits felt chills tingling through their spine. All along, this sect had always maintained a low profile. Among the younger generation, Ruyan and Jianshi were not as famous as the Sea Shield Prince and his peers. However, there shouldn't be any doubts about their strength. Ruyan came closer to look at the nailed overlord and chuckled, "You like to use poison, right? Good, I'll show you the real way of using poison." It would have been easy for Jianshi to kill the overlord. However, Li Qiye didn't give the order, so she decided to go easy on him. Ruyan took out a wooden thorn as thin as a strand of silk and quickly stabbed it into his forehead at lightning speed. Ah! The overlord screamed miserably. Even a brute like him couldn't bear this kind of pain. His mournful cries resounded across the firmaments. Chapter 1324, Attack on the Regal Valley. A horrifying scene took place. The overlord's body actually melted. Even though his eyes were still there, his body turned into a pile of soft, muddy mush. Moreover, roots came out of what was left of his body and stuck along the cliff. He became a horrifying abomination. Despite this new form, his sanity was still intact. In fact, he watched the whole grotesque transformation. The crowd was frightened after the emergence of this monster. Ruyan chuckled in amusement. "Do you know the name of this poison? It is called, Back to the Roots. Not only will your body melt, your true fate will follow suit. If I don't let you die, you will be hanging here in this abominable form for several hundred years." Everyone lost their minds after seeing this gigantic whirlpool. Even paragons turned pale as they shouted its name. Someone uncontrollably blurted, "Impossible. How can the great maelstrom appear in our sea?" At this time, the souls of many sea demons left their bodies in fear. If the maelstrom was really here, then the end of the dragon demon sea as well as their race was coming. No, this isn't the maelstrom appearing in our sea. Li Qiye is connecting two different spaces. A shocked master elaborated while heaving a sigh of relief. Boom! The sea god's intent had no time to deal with Li Qiye now. It immediately turned back to fight against the power of the maelstrom. Crack! A burst of breaking noises resounded. Even though the intent wanted to stabilize the space around the valley, it was already too late. The foundation built by lithodity began to crack in many places. Li Qiye smiled after seeing this scene. This is space connection. What a shame, one wrong step is all it takes to lose everything. If the Foundation didn't take action and continue to protect the valley, I wouldn't have been able to connect the valley's space to the maelstrom space. Space connection was the next level of spatial teleportation, a technique even more advanced than spatial channels. It was part of the space control art as well. Chapter 1325, Massacre. Space connection was different from spatial portals and channels. The latter two acted as bridges from one place to another. Space connection was something else. It could connect everything in two different spaces. For example, it could direct the flow of seawater from one space to another. This was why it was more advanced than the other two types. At this time, Li Qiye has connected the spaces of the valley and maelstrom. He used the relentless power of the maelstrom to tear apart the sea god's foundation. If the Foundation chose to defend the Regal Valley from the start, it would have been much more difficult for Li Qiye to complete the connection, as it would require much more resources and effort. However, the Foundation was activated and all of its power was focused on the sea god's will in order to destroy the skeletal army. Because of this, the Foundation grew lax on guarding the Regal Valley's space, creating a hole for Li Qie. At the same time, the Maelstrom space was immobile and rigid, it was countless times stronger than the valley's. This led to the power of the whirlpool channeling itself into the valley's space in a natural manner. Bang! Within a short period of time, the Foundation was torn apart by the Maelstrom. Without its power, the sea god's intent lost its strength and turned bleak right away. At this point, it wouldn't be able to protect the Regal Valley any longer. In an instant, the entire valley was sucked into the Maelstrom. Under the space connection, everyone could see the valley appearing in the Maelstrom space. No, the Overlord pitifully screamed with his hoarse and nebulous voice. Clank, crack. The entire valley was ground into little pieces by the Maelstrom and sucked into its depths. The whole region vanished. Bang! The valley's space was destroyed as well, so the connection was severed. The Maelstrom disappeared before everyone's eyes. At this point, what initially used to be the Regal Valley was now a void zone. Everything had returned to the origin. It was as if nothing had ever existed in this place. All traces of the valley and the Lithodity sea god have been erased. From now on, these existences would only exist in legends. Li Qie returned to the war cliff using his spatial channel and casually cut it off. He stood in the sky with an air of indifference. Faces paled when met with his sweeping glare. It could be said that from beginning to end, Li Qie didn't personally attack the Regal Valley. He only controlled space in addition to the skeletal army, that was more than enough to annihilate the Regal Valley. A sea god's lineage disappeared just like that. There was no supreme master or imperial weapons, just exquisite space manipulation. Anyone who carefully thought about this matter would shudder in fear. After a long time, a great character murmured, Li Qie has mastery over space from cultivating a wondrous secret technique. Many cultivators struggled to regain their minds from this scene. All along when it came to merit laws, outside of fate and longevity laws, techniques were widely discussed. The more pertinent ones included offense, defense, and suppression. Of course, there were also techniques that involved banishment and sealing, but these were rarely used on the real battlefield. As for space-controlling abilities, it was even rarer. Few cultivators were capable of cultivating these types of laws, most could only use it as a side branch and wouldn't focus on it as their main study. Li Qie's actions today were a real eye-opener. People got to witness the terrifying power of space control. One could even say that by grasping this art, one could sweep through all enemies while always being in a safe position. Controlling space was the same as grasping the fundamental basis of war. Someone murmured after calming down. Li Qie's display was very shocking, but it also filled people with regret because this was a rarely researched field. Li Qie returned and looked at the Overlord hanging on the cliff. He chuckled and said, treating me as prey. You still think you're qualified to do so? You are no different from an ant in my eyes. I normally wouldn't bother dealing with an ant, but unfortunately, you lack all sense of propriety, thinking that an ant like you could hunt a true dragon. So not only did I crush an ant like you, I also put an end to your ant's nest as well. He paused for a moment before continuing, I put you and your valley down not because we are enemies nor because you tried to ambush me, it was only because I found you to be an annoyance. Someone who chases after prey to satisfy your own perverted desires. If, say, you were personally going on the hunt using your own abilities to kill your prey, then I would find your courage admirable. Alas, a descendant of a sea god would choose to use such despicable means and even drag down the entire Regal Valley. Look now, I have done you a favor. You are finished, and so is the valley. He ended with a sneer. Winner takes all, there is nothing else to say. Do as you will. The Overlord was lost in despair with no other thoughts in his mind. Li Qie snorted, you think you deserve that phrase? Someone like you isn't qualified to even enter the stage to be a competitor, you're only a common street thug at best. Li Qiye's words were quite merciless, but no one questioned him. He had earned the right to say them. Moreover, most people didn't like the overlord and his devious nature. It was just that they were wary of the valley's power in the past, so they didn't voice their displeasure. Now, both the valley and the overlord were finished. Many were secretly applauding, but some felt a bit of regret since the entire valley was annihilated. Remember that this was a sea god's lineage. It must have countless treasures hidden in its trove along with spirit grasses and divine trees. If one could take down the valley, just these resources alone could have lasted them a lifetime. The overlord shouted with his dull voice, "Kill me if you dare. Killing you will only dirty my hands. The only reason you are still alive is so that you could watch the valley being destroyed." Li Qiye smiled, then looked at Ruyan. Ruyan smiled back, "If you wish for it, he can live here for several hundred years. To borrow his own words, a fate worse than death. He's only an ant, there's no need to show off my cruelty by letting him scream for hundreds of years." Li Qiye chuckled in response. She replied, "If that's the case, then I'll send him off. It's about time anyway." The overlord didn't try to struggle. He slowly closed his eyes since the valley was destroyed and his game was over. Even if he lived on, he had shamed his ancestors as the sinner of the regal valley. To the hopeless overlord, death was no longer frightening, it was a type of relief. Ruyan flipped her palm and a wooden thorn flew out. It was the poisonous thorn that pierced the overlord's forehead earlier. After it was pulled out, the overlord rooted in the cliff suddenly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, his body turned into powder and dispersed into the sea. There was not the slightest trace of him remaining, a true death. The poison was true to its name, he returned to his roots. In the end, the victim would return to the soil in their entirety. Li Qiye turned to leave the war cliff after watching his death. However, in this split second, a ray shot forward from the same cliff where the overlord took root earlier. It was too sudden. There was no one there, thus this attack was completely unexpected. Having just killed his enemy, Li Qiye was at his most vulnerable moment. Who would expect for someone to ambush him right now? This ray was even faster than a meteor or lightning. It instantly stabbed his back. It all happened too quickly as the assassin was only inches away from him. Lu Ruyan couldn't even call out in time before the ray made contact. Chapter 1326, Second Assassination Attempt. Everyone saw this ray pierce through Li Qiye's back with incredible speed. Time seemed to have frozen into a vivid image, depicting his downfall. Many people stopped breathing, it was as if an invisible hand was clutching their throats. Ruyan's and Jiancher's hearts jumped out of their chests. Li Qiye's power was as clear as day when he easily destroyed the regal valley alone. However, such a great genius basking in triumph was assassinated. This sudden reversal of plot was a bit unbearable. After the cold glint penetrated Li Qiye's back, the assassin finally revealed herself. It was Sima Yujin. No one saw her hiding in the cliff, not even experts like Ruyan and Jiancher. One must admit that she was a capable assassin. Not only was her stealth matchless, she could seize the most opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow, evident by what had just transpired. There was no better opportunity to kill Li Qiye than that moment. In this split second, she thought that she had succeeded. However, she quickly felt that something was amiss. Li Qiye was indeed standing there and her sword had pierced through him. Alas, there was no gushing blood or miserable screams. He stood there quietly without any reaction, as if the sword had pierced someone else. She was aware of the problem. At the same time, an older big shot outside of the war cliff also noticed the anomaly. He exclaimed after the realization, "He isn't in this space." People were surprised to hear this. They didn't expect for Li Qiye to not be in this space. It was a huge distance, but no one saw him take flight. This was displaced space, another technique in Li Qiye's arsenal. One could clearly see the person standing there and would feel that they were mere inches away. However, there existed an unreachable gap of one or several different spaces. Buzz! Yujian realized this right away. Her long sword turned radiant as if countless suns had just exploded. With this empowerment, the blade traveled with a speed faster than time itself by tenfold. It pierced through time and space to reach Li Qia's space, aiming for his neck. She was indeed remarkable, and her speed had reached the extreme. To be able to react so quickly and adapt to his new space, anyone would have been skewered by her swift reaction speed regardless of their space mastery. Unfortunately, fortune eluded her. Her opponent just happened to be Li Qia. The terrifying sword glint stopped right before Li Qia. His two fingers were gripping her sword. While looking at the emotionless girl, Li Qia chuckled and flatly stated, "Not bad, your sword speed is enough to reign over the younger generation. You have done a good job cultivating the god-slaying Tao. Unfortunately, you have met me." It had extreme speed and horrifying destructive power, even a god king's weapon would be instantly pierced. This was the weapon she used to assassinate the white whale god king. However, it could only shoot once before becoming useless for a period of time. She didn't expect to fail in damaging Li Qia in the slightest because she wasn't aware of his counterattack and immortal physiques. Under the acceleration of the soaring immortal physique, Li Qia's indestructible diamond fist had incalculable power. Even a magical blow from the dragon cannon couldn't withstand its might. Chapter 1327, God-slaying Tao. She was intimidated while standing there. Her mind didn't return and she had forgotten about fleeing. The world still has a few god-slaying dragon cannons. Li Qia gave an amused smile while looking at the blank-minded girl. She was shocked and regained her wits to run once more. This was met with Li Qia's quip, "It's too late to run now. Come, accept your imprisonment." With that, his 5 fingers spread out and aimed straight for her. His palm covered the heaven and earth and suppressed myriad realms. Regardless of her efforts, she couldn't escape from his grasp. Right when she was about to be trapped within his attack, a sword left its sheath with a loud him. Someone took action. His sword came sweeping by and turned into countless majestic mountains, profound and steady. It came straight for Li Qia's gigantic palm. Boom! Li Qia's attack shattered the countless mountains before him. The attacker just now staggered backward as well. Swift Tao God. People blurted in surprise after seeing who it was. The person who saved Yujian was the current lord of the Swift Tao Sacred Ground, her junior brother. He quickly cupped his fists towards Li Qia and said, "Brotherly, you are a great man. Won't you be magnanimous this time and let it go?" She refused to accept his help and coldly uttered, "Scram, I don't need you to take care of me." The Swift Tao God's expression didn't change as he earnestly said, "Senior sister, protecting every disciple of the sacred ground is my duty. I am no longer someone from the sacred ground. Get the hell out of my sight." Yujian's expression was cold, choosing not to show any gratefulness. "Senior sister, you have not been expelled from the sacred ground, so you will always be considered its disciple." The celestial god shook his head. Li Qia looked at the two and became amused. Such love between fellow disciples, which one of you will come first to die? Li, I dare to accept the consequences of my own doing. I will fight you. The girl still had a surging bloodthirst and a will to fight with the sword in her hand. The celestial god, on the other hand, started to beseech Li Qia, "Brotherly, my sister only wanted to use this chance to polish her grand Tao, I hope you can forgive her once. Our sacred ground will pay for your losses." She coldly stated, "I have nothing to do with the Swift Tao sacred ground." Li Qia smirked after seeing the exchange between the two and eventually said, "I'm someone who finds mercy to be a noble quality. Since you were able to escape from me once, I shall also spare you this time." He coolly left after stating this with a laugh. Yujian and the celestial god were stunned after seeing this. The celestial god naturally didn't think that Li Qie was afraid of him. Someone like Li Qie simply wouldn't put anyone in his sight. He only walked a couple of steps away before turning his head and smilingly told Sima Yujian, "The next time we meet, I hope you will have the coiling dragon sword in hand. Don't let me down." With that, he finally left with Ruyan and Jianchi. Sima Yujian stood there looking silly. She didn't expect such a result after the failed assassination since she was mentally prepared to die. However, what stunned her even more was that Li Qie knew about the coiling dragon sword. No one should know about its existence. In fact, she wasn't the only one who looked silly, many people were astounded all the same. They didn't expect for someone as ruthless as Li Qie to easily forgive her like this. From his previous conduct, they knew that opposing him wouldn't end well. For example, the Lithotidi overlord, he even took the Regal Valley down with him. But now when Yujian tried to assassinate him twice, Li Qie actually decided to spare her. People began to wonder if Li Qie actually had a merciful side. Someone murmured, "He is completely unpredictable." Yujian calmed down and glanced at the celestial god before leaving without saying anything. The celestial god told Sima Yujian, "Senior sister, why not return to our sect? Master and the others miss you." However, she turned a blind eye to him and disappeared into the horizon without giving him a second glance. The celestial god gently sighed without commenting. He sheathed his sword before placing it on his back and seated himself in the small boat to take his leave as well. The others saw that the play was over, so they left the war cliff for the Bone Sea. The news of the Regal Valley's destruction spread overnight. Many people listened to the process and were quite frightened. Li Qie was now even more renowned in the world. Meanwhile, the evil Devourer School's boat continued forward towards the Bone Sea. On the boat, Li Qie sat quietly with Ruyan and Jianchi to his left and right. Jianchi was boiling some tea for him while Ruyan peeled some fruit and personally fed him. "Young noble, are you friends with Yujian seniors?" Jianchi grew quite curious after seeing Li Qie spare Sima Yujian. He was not the merciful type to spare her just because of the celestial god's plead. Ruyan fed another fruit straight into his mouth before smiling, "Do you really need to think about this? It's so obvious, Yujian grew up to be quite pretty, so young noble spared her this time in order to make her warm his bed later." Of course, she was only joking. Shangguan Fian and Gongsun Meiyu were both peerless beauties, yet Li Qie killed them ruthlessly and decisively. He didn't spare them just because they were pretty. Therefore, he didn't spare Yujian for her beauty, it must have been some other reason. Li Qie glanced at the vast sea and eventually answered, "She has a connection with me from cultivating the god-slaying Tao. I suppose you can say that her seniors are my old friends." He plunged into quiet contemplation afterward. Sima Yujian probably didn't know that the god-slaying Tao was created by Li Qie when he was still the Dark Crow. During the dark years of the ancient Ming's reign, they were mighty and ruled over the 9 worlds. This was especially true during Immortal Emperor Tian Tu's prosperous generation when his race reached their peak. In that period, Li Qie's military might couldn't compete in an all-out war against the entire ancient Ming, so he chose to use indirect methods. He created the god-slaying Tao and established the god-slaying Knight Corps. It could be said that this was the most prominent and terrifying assassination group. The god-slaying Corps never showed themselves to the world and remained in the darkness. However, they set up many opportunities for the eventual victory, so it was full of accolades and merits. When the ancient Ming era ended and the Emperor's era ushered in, a new dawn emerged for the 9 worlds. At that time, the god-slaying Knight Corps had completed its mission. There was no longer a need for assassinations. It stopped training new assassins. The older generation began to die from old age or hid in seclusion, and their leader chose to live in seclusion as well. Before he left, Li Qie handed control of the Corps over to the leader, including the manuals of the god-slaying Tao, the coiling dragon sword that represented the highest authority of the Corps, and the god-slaying dragon cannons. Li Qiye told the leader that it was up to him to decide whether to continue the corps or not. He didn't know what they ultimately chose. Later on, he never saw them again. The god-slaying Knight Corps disappeared from this world, and no one trained in the god-slaying Dao. Sima Yujian's appearance had let Li Qiye see the Dao and the cannon once more. This was the reason why he chose to spare her. Otherwise, he would have killed her on the second assassination attempt. Ruyan and Jianshi didn't pry any further after seeing his quiet contemplation. The atmosphere became very quiet as the two continued with their chores. The Bone Sea was lively once again. Many great powers and imperial lineages in Heaven's spirit flocked to this region. Even old monsters who didn't come out before made appearances. This was one of the 12 burial grounds. It was located in a remote area of the Dragon Demon Sea, and it was also the most dangerous and mysterious location. However, there was one very strange aspect about it. Legend states that every single sea god would travel to the Bone Sea at least once. No one knew the reason, however. There was one particular speculation. People thought that the trident came from the Bone Sea, so all the sea gods would come to see it. Chapter 1332, The Profound Sea Monarch's Decision. After hearing Li Qiye's response, the monarch's eyes lit up with an oppressive bite. An imperial aura emerged. Even paragons would feel pressured under his momentum. However, Li Qiye was completely unaffected and nonchalantly sat there. The monarch slowly uttered while maintaining his glare, "It seems like you are full of confidence. Do you think you alone can sweep through the entire heaven spirit world?" Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, "No. I know that with my own strength, it is more than enough to ravage the entire 9 worlds." Anyone else would find Li Qiye's words to be blasphemously haughty. Ravaging the 9 worlds was a statement no one would say outside of immortal emperors. The glint in the monarch's eyes sharpened during this stare down. His whole mind was focused on Li Qiye, as if he wanted to figure out something by looking into his eyes. One with a haunting gaze and one seated leisurely, this went on for some time. Eventually, the monarch dispersed his horrifying momentum and converged his aura before speaking. "No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger. It was her lack of propriety for opposing you, she didn't understand the immensity of the heaven and earth." Many would be surprised to hear these words come from the monarch. One must remember that Li Qiye killed his favorite concubine, yet he wasn't trying to obtain revenge right now. It was simply inconceivable. "Profound King, I actually thought you were here for revenge." Ruyan came out after finishing her tasks. She smiled after hearing his response. Because the Profound Monarch was also the king of the Profound Dynasty, others called him the Profound King as well. The monarch faintly smiled in response, "Schoolmaster Lu, I will repay certain enmities. If my concubine's killer was on the same level as me, I would absolutely kill them not only for revenge but also to establish my authority." She charmingly quipped, "Then what about my young noble? Are you saying that you are not on his level?" The monarch gave Li Qiye a cold glance and snorted without answering Ruyan. Li Qiye sat there and chuckled, "This is a bit surprising. Anyone else would have a hard time enduring this anger." The monarch scowled, "Don't be surprised. If it wasn't for the fact that I am unable to see through your true power, I would have made mincemeat out of you. It was her fault for being blind and seeking her own death by opposing you." Ruyan asked, "Hey now, Profound King, these words are too frank. Are you not afraid that your other concubines will be hurt from hearing this?" The monarch responded, "Schoolmaster, there's no need to goad me. She was only a woman, this isn't enough for me to involve the entire Profound Dynasty. Moreover, I gave her wealth and prestige. She, on the other hand, didn't find me strong allies and instead only provoked a supreme enemy. Her death was her own fault." The monarch betrayed all expectations. No one would be able to endure their favorite concubine being killed, yet he could let go of this grudge and not try to obtain revenge. Li Qiye smiled and told the monarch, "Interesting, sit down for a drink." The Taoist finally spoke at this time, "Brother, why not come with me to the Bone Sea? We can support each other." The monarch cupped his fists towards the Taoist before glaring at Li Qiye to say, "Senior brother, I appreciate your goodwill. However, my willingness to forego this grudge does not mean that I want to befriend him. Even though I do not want revenge, I still don't like him. There's no need for the drink." Li Qiye clapped his hands approvingly, quite pleased with the response. He said, "Very straightforward, how interesting. Because of this response, I will spare your life even if we become enemies later on." The monarch didn't reply to such domineering words. He gave Li Qiye one last side eye before turning around to leave. However, he suddenly stopped after remembering something. He turned and asked the Taoist, "Senior brother, it has been a few years, have you made any progress with senior aunt?" "Brother, what are you saying?" The Taoist blushed and shook his head. The monarch stared at him and pressed on, "Why bother hiding when it has reached this level? You aren't the only one who knows this, even she herself knows about it. As the saying goes, don't let one's own fertile water flow into others' fields. She is such a beauty, yet you still want her to marry an outsider. If you like her, you need to make a move. Don't try to egg me on, I have my own discretion." The Taoist's face became hot as he glared at the monarch. "Stop, senior brother, I know you too well. Everything about you is excellent outside of your lack of ambition. If I had your talents, I would have reached for the heavens will already. This Meng Jintian or whatever, I would have cut him down. You are blessed with an unparalleled aptitude, yet you're wasting it away by idling about." The monarch showed a disdainful look. He continued on, "Nothing can be done about that, one does not necessarily have to become an immortal emperor. However, if you don't even dare to chase after the woman you like, then you would be failing your supreme blessings even more. Senior brother, you must reconsider. If you don't court her, someone else will win her over. She has many suitors in heaven's spirit, after all." With that, the monarch finally left. The Taoist only wryly smiled without responding to the monarch. Many eyes were staring at the giant boat outside. They thought that a fight would break out between the monarch and Li Qiye. However, they were surprised to see the monarch leave. How could such a prestigious character endure this anger? Nobody knew what was going on, but they didn't dare to comment in the presence of the monarch. The monarch didn't care for their opinions either and bored. Other youths would shock the world by becoming a god king at such a young age, but the Taoist wasn't very famous in heaven's spirit. This wasn't only because he was low-key, it was also because he had no ambition to compete with others. He preferred to travel calmly without needless thoughts and desires. This made his cultivation even stronger despite his unknown reputation. Many people didn't even know who he was. Those who did might not know the extent of his strength. The Void Imperfection schools had ties with the ancient Spirit Island, so they knew his real strength. The powerful Taoist was very insightful as well. The moment he saw Li Qiye, he didn't dare to put on airs. But really, the ancient purity blade is not bad at all. Li Qiye added right after the Taoist became relieved, "I'm actually missing a sword, maybe I should think about taking it." The Taoist felt awkward once more as he replied, "Brotherly, you are too funny. If this was any other true treasure, I wouldn't actually care for it." Li Qiye said in a serious manner, "However, this blade is extraordinary and contains a great mystery." Such earnest words left the Taoist speechless and the two girls smiling. "I'm just messing with you." Li Qiye added after seeing the slightly alarmed Taoist, "This sword is not bad, but I wouldn't have waited until now if I truly wanted it." The Taoist cupped his fists and said, "Brotherly, this little brother is very grateful for your generosity." Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve, "The 4 branches have remarkable contributions to the 9 worlds. The descendants of immortal Emperor Gu Chun are wise as well. However, I do have a bit of enmity with your 4 branches. Whether this escalates or not will depend on your sect. He smiled after saying this. The Taoist's heart jumped after seeing his smile. He felt that Li Qie actually wanted the four branches to come looking for trouble, like a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. The Taoist was certain of this and earnestly answered, "My junior brother is a great man, I'm sure he will know how to tread." It was no secret that Li Qie killed Gongsun Meiyu, the profound monarch's concubine. Everyone knew that he was very fond of her, so he might not be able to swallow this anger. Nevertheless, the Taoist felt quite confident. This was not because of their sect's power, but because he had a deep friendship with the profound monarch. He understood the monarch and his personality, so he believed that he would be able to take care of this enmity. Of course, Li Qie didn't really take this problem to heart. If the monarch wanted revenge for his concubine, he would be ready. Li Qie kept on looking at the sword behind the Taoist's back with some longing. He eventually smiled and said, "I know that your Golden Era Palace has many beauties as well. Besides the sword of your four branches, I'm also interested in the palace." Of course, he wasn't interested in the beauties but some things that immortal Emperor Yan Shi left behind. Chapter 1329, Bonicia's entrance. Taoist Pure Sun smiled to respond to Li Qie, "If Brother Li comes to my four branches, I'm willing to be your guide. We can take a tour of the Golden Era Palace. With your charisma, I'm sure you will have a considerable harvest there. Humans and our four branches have deep ties, so I know you can be at home there." The Taoist's words were reasonable. Immortal Emperor Yan Shi was a human. Moreover, the human bloodline at the palace and even the entire four branches was doing very well. Ruyan was quite amused as she playfully said, "The truth is that the Golden Era Palace Master is a supreme beauty. Just one glance at her could enamor countless others. Young noble, the Taoist can introduce you to her. With your peerless charm, I'm sure you can win her heart." Li Qie smiled as well and asked the Taoist, "Is this the truth?" The Taoist hesitated for a moment. Well, even the elegant Jianshi chuckled. It was clear that Ruyan was toying with Taoist Pure Sun. "Oh. You don't want to introduce your martial aunt to our young noble?" Ruyan's enchanting posture was quite bewitching. The current palace master was the Taoist's martial aunt. It wasn't because she was older than him, it was just that she was one generation above him. The Taoist turned red and awkward. He became quite hesitant unlike before. He eventually answered, "If there is a chance when you visit us, I will certainly introduce you to her." Jianshi slightly shook her head after hearing this. "Pure Sun, you are courageous and wise and your talents are peerless. Unfortunately, there are a few things." She didn't finish her sentence. "Young noble, did you hear that? You must visit the palace. If there is a chance to win her over, you mustn't disappoint the Taoist." Ruyan was just like a little demoness. Her swaying laughter belonged to a devil. The Taoist knew that Ruyan was deliberately trying to be annoying, but he couldn't do anything outside of smiling awkwardly. Li Qie instantly knew what was going on after seeing the Taoist's expression. At this time, a disciple came in and reported, "Schoolmaster, we have arrived at the Bone Sea. We're here." Both the girls stood up from excitement. Li Qie's eyes turned serious. He went to the deck to look at this region before smiling. Things are going to be exciting again. In front of them were incomparable mountains blocking everyone's path. They appeared without warning as if they were guardians preventing everyone from entering. The spectators felt an illusion that the Dragon Demon Sea ended right here. These mountains ahead were not part of a mountain range, there were tiny gaps among them. Of course, they were small relative to the huge size of the mountains. But for the people here, they were large enough and could accommodate many big ships side by side. This huge gap in the center of the row of mountains gave the feeling that a mountain had collapsed here for some unknown reason. If one could stand in the sky of the Dragon Demon Sea and look down on this long row of mountains, they would find that they seemed to be a lower jaw. If it wasn't for the flowers and vegetation, these mountains would look like a series of teeth. If there was an inverted row of mountains in the sky, then it would make up the upper half of the jaw. The missing part in the center would be a missing front tooth. Of course, the majority wouldn't believe that this was a row of teeth because it spanned across the Dragon-Demon Sea for millions of miles. Its length was too long to be imagined. If it was truly the lower half of a jaw, then just how frightening was this monster? It could swallow the entire heaven spirit world. After going through these mountains, another ocean appeared before them. However, there was a distinct difference between this one and the previous. The water of the Dragon-Demon Sea was incomparably blue with waves everywhere. However, the sea ahead was turbid as far as the eyes could see, making it seem to be a gateway to hell. A chilling sensation assaulted all spectators. This feeling was especially true while standing on the collapsed mountain. In fact, this analogy wasn't unreasonable. Those who had been to the Bone Sea before knew that this was only the entrance and not the Bone Sea itself. The experienced crowd knew that one would only know what true fear was when they actually reached the Bone Sea. There were many cultivators waiting at this gap between the mountains and the ridges nearby. This was because everyone was waiting for the bone ships. Without them, there was no way of getting to the Bone Sea regardless of the treasure used. The first-timers didn't believe this statement too much. After waiting for a long time and seeing how none of the bone ships have come, someone grew impatient and said, "Is this sea really that bizarre? My heirloom boat can travel across anything, I don't buy that it can't cross this sea." This skeptic summoned his boat. It was indeed extraordinary since it was exuding a divine light. It slowly sailed into the muddy waters. However, it didn't reach more than 100 feet before it began to sink. Next, some clattering sounds came about. This treasure ship completely sank into the sea and disappeared. The cultivator witnessed the whole scene and was dumbfounded due to disbelief. His ship had an amazing origin and was capable of crossing through all seas, but it has now sunk. He quivered in horror and praised his fortune for not being on it when it sank, or else his life would have been forfeited. An older cultivator told the youth, "How could it be that easy to enter the Bone Sea? Not to mention you, even a god king would drown in those muddy waters." A sea demon added, "The Bone Sea spares no victims. Even the most incredible ship would sink, and yours is no exception. In terms of evasion and purification, no one is better than the Immaculate Expanse. But its master, Taoist Lin, would still obediently wait here for a bone ship. His void imperfection physique is virtually invincible, yet he still doesn't dare to test his luck. Don't mess around without a bone ship." A cultivator stated, "I heard that outside of the sea conch, no one else dared to not use the bone ships to enter." "Yes, the sea conch is an exception." A sea demon replied, "Rumor has it that their progenitor, the conch god, obtained a bunch of een bones and crocodile wood. With them, he was able to create some vessels that could cross the Bone Sea." A charming spirit suddenly interjected, "Is Taoist Lin here right now?" "Not just the Taoist, the extreme young monarch, the swift Tao celestial god, they're all here too. This trip to the Bone Sea will be very lively." An old cultivator responded, "Towering waves will rise with the arrival of Mengjintian as well." After hearing this, someone murmured, "A duel of geniuses?" A paragon chimed in, "That day will come, but Taoist Lin's group should be fine. They don't have a strong desire for the heaven's will. However, the celestial god and his peers must have the heaven's will. A great battle is inevitable." A charming spirit master mused, "But who can compete with Mengjintian? The celestial god might be strong, but his current self can't contend against Jintian." Many people pondered these words. Even though some people didn't want to believe it, it was indeed the truth. No one was qualified to compete against Mengjintian, at least for now. Fierce is here. During the silence, someone with good vision spotted Li Qia's ship. Many turned around. Sure enough, the giant boat of the evil devourer school slowly drifted into the gap. The cultivators nearby quickly made way for them. Even if it wasn't for fierce notoriety, just the name Evil Devourer School was enough for everyone here to back off. Chapter 1330, Boneship. The giant boat went into the gap and Li Qiye's group came out to the deck. They gazed at the muddy sea in front of them. Many cultivators felt envious after seeing Rian and Jiancher standing next to Li Qiye. For many people, to have such beauties by one's side was an incredible stroke of luck. Moreover, they were famous rulers of their respective regions. On the other hand, Daoist Pure Sun was recognized by only a few people. Those who might have heard of his title had never seen him before. Li Qiye flatly commented, "How many existences have been buried here at the Bone Sea?" At this moment, someone suddenly called out, "The bone ships are here." Sure enough, several groups of ships were coming closer. They were ships seemingly made out of bones of varying sizes. The bigger ones could accommodate around 10 people while the smaller ones were the size of a canoe. All of them had some skeletons lying on board. They were wearing their own clothes that had rotted completely, but this indicated that they were once living beings or cultivators. "Time for us to board." The cultivators in the gap grew restless and wanted to board. "Why do you get to go first? Our 3 sects arrived here before you, so we should be first." An expert became unhappy right away. "Okay, let's not argue. If we fight before we even get to the Bone Sea, we won't ever get there." An influential paragon stepped out and said, "We'll follow the rules." The 3 cloud ballads and the 6 schools from shallow waters were here first, so they get to board. Then the next groups. The cultivators had no objections to this paragon taking charge of the situation and prepared to board. When the bone ships finally arrived at the edge of the muddy sea water, they automatically turned around and headed back for the Bone Sea. A senior immediately shouted once the ships were close enough, "Go." Shortly after, many cultivators jumped and got on the closest boats. Many first-timers heaved a sigh of relief after boarding. Get ready to fight. However, the experienced cultivators turned serious and took out their treasures. At this time, the fallen skeletons' eyes turned red as if something was fueling their soul flames. Their figures slowly stood up one after the other. They grabbed the mottled weapons next to them and headed for the cultivators near them. Some howled wildly and opened their mouths to take out some strange treasures before going on the offense. "Kill!" The cultivators retaliated with a battle cry. Even if they weren't from the same sect, they worked together. Another old cultivator shouted, "Watch it, don't sink the boat or we'll be done for." "Hey, how come these skeletons aren't attacking you?" During this chaotic melee, some cultivators noticed that their peers weren't being attacked and found it quite surprising. One of them happily gloated, I bought some expensive talismans from Old Chu back at Bones Island so I don't have to worry about them." A strange-looking talisman was attached to him. The skeletons on the ships didn't seem to notice him. Even if they attacked those next to him, they completely ignored him. "I also bought some from Old Chu." After seeing this, many others calmed down and took out their wooden boxes, then put these talismans somewhere on their bodies. Buzz! However, despite putting on a talisman, a skeleton still attacked them with its blade. He jumped and shouted, "What the hell? I also have a talisman." You don't know. These talismans are very specific. If you bought a very expensive one, then there will be no problems. However, if you bought one for cheap, then you better change it for another. An experienced cultivator found this quite amusing. The cheapskate immediately put on a different talisman. Sure enough, the skeleton stopped attacking him and went for other people. "Damn it! I've changed 5 talismans already." A different cultivator put on many different talismans, yet he was still being attacked. His talismans were completely ineffective. A miserable scream sounded. One of the cultivators used up all of his talismans, but he was still being targeted. He couldn't handle the attacks of the skeletons and was quickly disposed of by 3 of them. Never be too stingy. The old cultivator saw this and shook his head to say, Even though one can buy some good items for cheap from Old Chu, the chance of them being effective is minuscule. Paying an exorbitant price guarantees the quality. In the following moments, screams sounded left and right on these bone ships. Some of the cultivators weren't strong enough even when working together and were killed by the skeletons. Push them into the sea. An experienced cultivator loudly shouted and joined forces to take down these skeletons. Boom! With the help of this powerful cultivator, a group finally took over one of the ships after throwing the skeletons into the sea. They couldn't swim at all and sank into the depths. Crack! However, some were unlucky. One cultivator inadvertently pierced the ship and the sea water rushed in. You're insane. Everyone on the ship turned pale from horror after seeing this. One of the cleverer cultivators managed to jump to the closest bone ship. The slower one sank with the ship into the water without having the chance to even scream. More ships drifted towards the bone sea while screams and battle cries echoed from them. The two sides were still vying for supremacy. After clearing the ships of skeletons, the cultivators could only sit there and let the ships take them away since no one could control the direction. More are coming. After the first batch floated away, another group came along. An old man commanded his disciples, "Get ready, don't be disorderly once we board." Another battle broke out on this second boarding as well. More ships continued to come. The majority of the cultivators could easily jump on them, but the weaker ones would be killed by the skeletons. After a few batches of ships, a large one finally came. It was several times larger than the previous ships and could contain several hundred cultivators. The presiding paragon immediately asked, "Whose turn is it?" The crowd looked around at each other. A schoolmaster explained, "We all know that the larger the ship, the stronger the skeletons inside. Even if it is our turn, we aren't strong enough to seize this ship." This schoolmaster was being very realistic. Even though this huge ship was very tempting, they needed to be strong enough to seize it. "We'll go then." This paragon worked with the other paragons and took their juniors up onto this ship. Another great battle broke out. Li Chiye's group was still watching on the deck. Li Chiye smiled and told Lu Ruyan, "Get ready, we'll board in a bit. This trip will be dangerous, so don't take your disciples along." Ruyan immediately sent the command. Even though the disciples really wanted to take a look at the Bone Sea, they let go of this thought due to the nature of the trip. They didn't want to drag their schoolmasters down. Li Chiye went back inside and told Xiong Qianbei, "Since I have promised to take you to the Bone Sea, prepare yourself. Whether you can get anything is up to your own fortune." "Thank you, young noble Li and schoolmasters, for leading the way." After hearing this, the excited old man bowed and went to prepare. After sitting down, Li Chiye looked at the calm Taoist pure son and smilingly asked, "What is your purpose for coming to the Bone Sea?" The Taoist replied with a smile, "I want to take a look at the mythical central area." Li Chiye shook his head in response, "You are indeed very strong and capable. However, you should forget about the central area. If something unfortunate were to happen to you there, it would be a great loss for the charming spirits, the heaven spirit world, and the four branches because of your innate talents." Li Chiye rarely praised others, so his words were indicative of the Taoist strength. "Then I'll wait until I'm stronger." The Taoist easily abandoned this notion without forcing the issue. Li Chiye said, "There are other interesting places at the Bone Sea. Just wait, you will come to find that this trip will not be in vain." The Taoist cupped his fists in response, "Then I'll leave it to Brother Li to guide us." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.